Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 379. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you today, my friend? You look great.
Yeah, thank you, man. I'm doing all right. Not too bad. My day's just getting started, basically. So yeah. It can only go. It can only go up from here, really.
One of two ways.
Yeah,
it could get worse.
God willing, because at least it'll be interesting.
Yeah, right.
You know, at least it'll be an eventful day in that case.
What's happening? Anything interesting?
No, literally nothing. I think I came to consciousness like 15 minutes ago. You know?
Yeah.
So
same.
Now, yeah, I haven't looked outside yet. It could be
gone.
It could all be gone. You never know. But so far, so good.
Cool. Good to see you. Dustin Furman, executive producer. Pardon me. Ooh. How are you today, my friend?
I'm doing just fine. Seems like the fall weather has hit overnight in Western Pennsylvania. So you know what that means. The flannel's back, boys. I feel most comfortable in either a flannel or a sweatshirt.
Even flow.
Oh. Is there a flannel association there?
Oh, 100%.
I mean, definitely.
Oh, I don't know anything about
grunge.
Well, wait, Pearl Jam's considered a grunge band?
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, I would say like a seminal grunge band. Like one of the most important grunge bands, probably like one of the three biggest grunge bands.
That's horrible. I didn't know that.
Like what? Nirvana, Pearl Jam.
When I think of like grunge bands, I think of Nirvana, and they're like, maybe it's a voice thing for me, thinking about Kurt Cobain's voice being grungy. But when I think of Pearl Jam, I can't stand Pearl Jam. I'm gonna be honest. Except for the best thing that Pearl Jam did for us was Steven Flow.
Steven Flow.
You know.
It's Steven Flow.
So when I go to the grunge Wikipedia page, Nirvana or Kurt Cobain is the picture.
Right.
Let's see. See also list of grunge bands. Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam.
I always registered them as grunge.
Yeah, they definitely are grunge.
A foundational band of the grunge movement. Okay. I mean.
Yeah, I was going to say like. This is funny because I was going to say Soundgarden, Nirvana, and Pearl Jam were probably like the big three grunge bands. Here it has them and Alice in Chains as the big ones. So they have Foo Fighters. I think early Foo Fighters is, grungy, obviously the Dave Grohl connection.
Right.
What else? Candlebox. Yeah, they're grunge. The Melvins. I always thought the Melvins were more like sludgy, like slowed down, distorted metal, but maybe not. Screaming Trees, Presidents of the United States of America. Didn't they just come up recently?
They did. We were saying their name.
Yeah.
Sucks. Now,
it does suck, yeah.
Great band, though. How do we feel about the conspiracy around Kurt Cobain's death?
About his wife, or?
Did Courtney Love take him out? I've seen very compelling YouTube videos about this.
Yeah, I don't know.
Experts with that specific model trying to figure out whether it's possible or not. It's I like the conspiracy shit. What can I say?
I don't know about that. I think that if it happened not in 1994 but in like 2024, it would be really interesting just to see the conspiracies, and there would probably be some footage but there's really nothing from the time. I actually remember when I was 10. I mean, it wasn't like I was that old, but I remember because people were really, I love Nirvana, but people were like, whoa, that fucking sucks. Because they still had so much to give. It's kind of crazy when
they're pretty early.
They only had 3 studio albums. It's actually the same as like Sublime. I mean, not as big of a deal for a lot of people, but when Bradley Nowell died, it's like they really only have 3 records. It sucks. It's like there's almost nothing. You can know Nirvana's whole catalog so easily. You have like Bleach, Nevermind, and Utero. So anyway.
I remember when Chester Bennington died, there was a lot of it was like this generation's Kurt Cobain death. Not that they're, similar musically, but
it was a big deal. I mean,
that was a big deal. Yeah.
I think it probably came up on the show. Like I was at Dagan's when it happened and I was going to see 311 in Philadelphia and I saw them that night. And I was on like the train reading about it going into the city. And then 311 played like a very rare song called Beyond the Gray Sky that they never play. That's about suicide actually. And they dedicated it to him. And actually in I don't know what you guys wouldn't have heard it, but Limp Bizkit's new song, which is awesome, by the way. The first line is, "Damn, I miss you, Chester. Sending love for my bass compressor."
That's nice.
So yeah. Thank you, Fred.
Speaking of conspiracies, Colin, I know you've seen this. I wanted to get Chris's read on it. What do you think of this mug? Can you see it? I got this at a yard sale a few years back. It's not I just want to be clear. It's not a political statement. I just look at him on there.
He's awesome.
Yeah, look at him. He's just like, hey,
he's like, now watch this drive.
He was fun. He was subtly funny.
Yeah, he was.
He was definitely a funny guy, but
it's George Bush for the audio listeners on a mug.
But what wasn't so funny was the Iraq War.
No.
Thank you for writing it.
Yeah, that was a
not a good situation.
Maybe you should have thought that bit out a little bit further.
Yeah, right.
Before he tried it out.
What else? This list of one thing I take umbrage with a little bit because one of my favorite top 5 bands of all time is Stone Temple Pilots. I mean, I love the Stone Temple Pilots, and they have them listed as like a grunge band. I'm like, I don't know about that. They come from that era, but I consider them alt rock for sure.
Dude, we talk about naming conventions for video games and like video game genres being completely tweaked. I think music is actually way worse. Music's crazy because like you'll have like a genre that's called like, I don't know, Twink Funko or something, and it'll just be like, what does that mean? And you hear it, and it's just like, I don't know, it's just techno or something,
right?
And it's just like, well, that's just what that is. What are we doing? It's really weird. I've never been able to get like prog rock and I don't know what the fuck that means.
Yeah, progressive rock is like spacey, ambient, long songs, like the Porcupine Tree. That kind of shit.
Yeah, but like, what is the name of that makes it like nothing about that indicates progressive or rock. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wonder if I never looked into it. I always read the progressive as, and I'm not saying anyone thinks it's like political progressive. That's not what it means. I'm just saying, I think it always meant like the song gets more complicated. The song goes on. There's like another movement. There's another bridge.
Sure.
I think that's what it means.
Maybe. Yeah. But there's a lot of songs that do that are not, you know what I mean?
Right. Cause like Pink Floyd is like the ultimate prog rock band.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Math rock was always one that I liked, and math metal.
Yeah. What does
which
that
is
mean?
like Off's time signature stuff.
Oh,
I brought up sludge rock before, which is like a real genre. When I started seeing things like post rock and post hardcore, I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah, and
gent's an onomatopoeia, which I appreciate.
No, I think that's funny, but it's also like I love the idea of somebody being like, all right, what genre is this? And it's like, oh, it's just kind of like gent. Yeah. I don't know, let's just call it that, I guess. It's like, all right, I guess it works, I guess. We've never used an onomatopoeia before, so we'll just use it now. And never again, by the way.
Never again. like screaming music, it would be like, what is that? It's like, ah!
Yeah. Right. But even that's like, okay, now that's screamo. And it's
screamo,
like,
right?
Oh,
emo
that's very
emo,
very direct.
Emo. Yeah, it's sometimes too, I think genres, the music, like if you think of music from 20 years ago, right? Or not even 2010, I see a lot of people be like, oh, that's an emo band. And I'm like, no one called that band an emo band then. But now we're just kind of blanking, like all popular hot topic music is now considered emo.
I've heard people say Linkin Park is emo, and I'm like, I mean,
what?
Yeah,
No.
I was just like, I don't know what you. I mean, I guess literally maybe, but like, no, not like that. I can't accept that.
I remember very specifically in that it was like Dashboard Confessional. That's emo music.
That's emo. That's like pure uncut emo.
Yeah, it's great. Absolutely love. I mean, actually, he still has put out some records in the last 5 years that I really like.
How do you feel about like La Dispute?
Dude, that's the talking.
Yeah,
they're kind of like Me Without You. Do you know that band?
Kind of.
They were more in like the Christian like heavy circuit, but Me Without You and La Dispute. I've seen them before. I think with Thrice.
La Dispute, I don't know how I feel about it, because La Dispute to me just feels like whining over somebody else's music. It's like it's like another band is playing guitar, and then the lead singer is like, I'm so sad.
Yeah,
and I'm like, I don't know.
Were they on Tiny Desk?
Maybe, probably.
I feel like they're the guys that people circulate to make fun of when they're like the worst Tiny Desk performance.
Oh,
maybe
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I think. Although everybody's done Carrot Top's probably done a Tiny Desk at this point. Like, I don't even know what Tiny Desk even is at this point. I think it's gone now, though, isn't it?
No, the Turnstile just did a Tiny Desk.
Oh, that's right.
Because you're saying because of the budget cuts.
Yeah,
I assume they'll keep that going. You know, they'll cut some other shit because that's so popular. They probably make nice money on that.
That's true.
Linkin Park is a rap rock band,
right?
Now, by the way, just I know we've talked about Linkin Park several times, like after the new Linkin Park, and I don't want to be too repetitive, but I see like a clip of them coming up every once in a while. They're playing a show or whatever. I can't believe how bad it is. To the point where I'm like, is this a joke? Like that so many people love it and are defending it. I'm like, is this a joke? And I'm not saying the new stuff. I don't give a fuck about the new stuff that they recorded. I'm saying them playing old like Hybrid Theory, Meteora.
Oh yeah.
Minutes to Midnight. I'm like, this sucks. I like can't believe that this is the choice you made. Like Linkin Park's probably a top 25 band for me. I mean, just those first two records are insanely good. I mean, I was in high school. You have to understand, I was primed up for Linkin Park. We loved it. Everyone had Hybrid Theory. It's a diamond certified record, but it bothers me so much because I'm like, dude, like you could have made such a good choice and you made the worst choice. Like it's almost bizarre. And then I read the comments and I look at and I'm like, damn, people like it.
I don't think it's that. I think you're exaggerating when you say it's the worst file. Like they could have got like, I don't know, the ghost of Vern Troyer or something. You know what I mean? Like there's worse people to have frontline Linkin Park. I do agree that she doesn't hit those like old notes in the way that would be more preferable. And there's maybe people who could maybe do that better, but I don't know. I've heard their new stuff. It's like it's not as good, but I don't think it's as bad. I think people are doing a little bit of like rose tinted stuff with the original Linkin Park. I love the original Linkin Park, but that sounds like they did like a secondary like addendum to their most recent thing. I don't know what you would even call it. It's like a bonus pack of like a couple songs, and some of those sound like this sounds like Linkin Park to me. Like obviously the voices are different or whatever.
Right.
The lyrics are probably a little bit different.
The songwriting core has never changed. It's always been Shinoda and Mr. Han. You know,
and I think like, some of it works. I think some of it doesn't, but like I don't know. I think people are. I don't have a strong feeling either way about the new Linkin Park. I do think it's the only thing that I think about that I feel strongly about maybe is that like you could have just gone forward and not called it Linkin Park, and people probably would have been more okay with it.
They should have done.
But
and then you play a few Linkin Park songs.
Yeah, but even that to me is like that feels inherently like a semantic kind of complaint, you know?
Because I think I heard One Step Closer or something, and the bridge, and it's like shut up when I'm talking to you, and I'm like, dude, this is embarrassing. Like I can't believe this. Not that that's part of the song was ever cool, but Chester
he sold it. He sold it.
He did. It doesn't matter.
Here's the thing. It's like Disturbed with that song where it's like don't where what is it? David Draymond like. He's like complaining in the middle at the end of it or something.
Oh,
it's like this long,
like, no, mommy, no.
No, like, mommy, no.
Yeah, I know. That's like that with the sickness, I think.
Yeah, it's like that's a perfect comparison point where it's like, that's not really sold that well.
Yeah, totally.
Chester sold it.
Here's the thing that I think is important for, maybe we'll say real Linkin Park fans that were listening to them after Meteora. Colin,
yes, those are the real Linkin Park fans.
That we're listening to them throughout.
Yeah, sure.
The new Linkin Park sounds way more like Linkin Park than their last Chester album in 2017.
I don't even know that record. Yeah, I don't even know that record.
I mean, if you listen to it and imagine it's not a Linkin Park album, it's still not very good. But it's a return to form for them.
Yeah, they kind of, I don't want to say they even lost me with the Meteora, because I think Meteora in hindsight's a great record, but I remember being kind of disappointed by it when it came out. Like there was something, I was like, good songs on there. Don't Stay is a great song.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy, man.
But like,
you're insane.
Hybrid Theory is really like a perfect album. I mean, just Paper Cut alone. Oh my God. Or Points of Authority. Anyway, what are we doing?
I don't know.
I could keep talking. I mean, I remember when Minutes to Midnight came out, dude. That was the real tragedy.
Well, that was like a huge moment for them because I think that was when they really broke through, truly. Because they were a mainstream band, but I think that like that was when they really broke through. And,
you know what the problem was?
Yeah.
Rick Rubin. What is it about Rick Rubin? He will take your favorite band and ruin them, or he'll take someone like Johnny Cash and make the most incredible Johnny Cash, like late era, like insane. What is it about this man? He's either the magic touch or the death curse. Yeah,
it was funny did you see the interview he did with 60 Minutes like a year or two ago where he was like, I love how self-deprecating he is. He's like, I don't play music. I don't read music. I don't, like it's really interesting. But he was saying like, my specialty is like, I know what is good. And I'm like, whether or not that is true or not, it's interesting that you've made a career.
He sometimes does.
Yeah, he definitely does. He's an incredible producer. Like some of the things he produces are insane. But yeah, I don't know. I don't hate Minutes to Midnight at all though. Like I just never really listened to it. I was out by that point. I was just like on to other things.
More than there's some good stuff here, but it's like it is definitely fewer. Like half the album is kind of like I love Bleed It Out though. Bleed It Out's like a certified car.
That's a great song.
Like that's so fun. Oh my God.
They have the best. I love turntables in rock. Obviously, that's a huge part of rap rock. But sometimes there are turntables without rap, which is good in rock. But they're one of the absolute best. It's like them. Limp Bizkit is obviously awesome with turntables. DJ Lethal, and then probably something random like early Incubus, which was awesome with turntables. And actually, that's a great example of a band that has turntables and no rapping, or they're not really rapping. Anyway, welcome to our music podcast, all about turn of the century rock, in quotes, new metal. Remember when there were bands?
there are still bands.
I know. But I do look at sometimes I look at the Billboard Top 100, and there aren't that many. Like if you look at it from like 1987, and you look at it from today, it's like 1987 is like 90% bands. Now it's like, there are three bands.
I do think that's a big part of that is like, nobody can be as famous musician wise as they were in the 80s today.
Absolutely.
Like that's kind of like that's gone because there's not like this homogenous, like there's bands that are killing it that are like, but they're killing it in the way that we're killing it. You know what I mean? Where it's just like we have our own kind of subculture kind of propping us up, and it's not this world famous kind of thing, but they're good and they're they're selling out arenas. Truly. I think I heard like recently, like what is it, that guy that had like the biggest concert ever because it's like some country star and he played in like a stadium that normally doesn't do concerts or something. It's like 113,000 seats or something.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
And it's the biggest concert ever, like in attendance, and it's like just some country guy that I never heard of. It's like David Bryan or some standard ass name. And I was like, oh shit, yeah, I've never heard of this guy in my life, and he has the biggest concert. Granted, obviously, that's probably because of the venue. I'm sure Taylor Swift could do that in a second, but like, it's
Taylor Swift's like the one. Taylor Swift's the one that's like still really.
Taylor Swift is she's like the kind of exception where she somehow broke through it, and she somehow is where I think Michael Jackson, around where Michael Jackson was. But that doesn't happen anymore, really.
Yeah.
So that's Zach Bryan. It's the largest in the U.S. But
right. That's fair.
I don't want to trust Google AI because it's often wrong. But I think it's also on Wikipedia.
That is, I saw that not on AI.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that's correct. The Zach Bryan thing is I'm seeing articles. I'm saying the largest ever. Rod Stewart, New Year's Eve concert in Rio.
You guys have a little luck, baby.
3.5 million attendees. That sounds like hell on earth.
Rod Stewart, that's
Imagine you're suffocating in the crowd and Rod Stewart's singing.
And Rod Stewart's playing Maggie May.
He's playing Young Turks. Young hearts, be free. Tonight. You're just suffocating.
I do think, I will say, because it was on like some mixed album that like a friend of mine in college had and just listened to it in the car. So it's the only reason why I even not know it, but care about it is Some Guys Have All the Luck is a fucking banger. But that's like late Rod Stewart. That's like when he started doing like 80s music.
Yeah.
But that song is dope.
I like a little bit of Rod Stewart.
I never saw Rod Stewart. It's weird because like you'd think he would have been at like a festival or something. Like I've seen so many random acts just at like, it's like, oh, there's fucking Steve Winwood, you know, or something like okay.
Yeah. Linkin Park is the one thing where I'm just like, damn, I really should have saw them.
Yeah, I never did see them.
I never saw them.
It's funny because even as a kid, I was aware that I should. It's why I finally saw Green Day during the American Idiot tour, which was like, you know, I like American Idiot, actually. I think it's a really good album, but it's just different than a lot of the other stuff they did. But yeah. I never saw them during that seminal time. I loved them. And I'm like, I should see them at some point. And I went and saw them. And so I totally agree. Like, I don't know why I never saw Linkin Park. I think I'm just turned off to seeing bands in arenas. Like once they make it that big, I'm like, It's kind of like a shitty experience. Like it's cool if I have to do it. If it's a band like the Police where they play giant stadium, it's like, okay, fine. I'll see you anywhere. But it's like, I'll wait until Linkin Park, like, you know, falls off and they play clubs again. And that obviously never happened. But,
yeah. All American Rejects started doing that kind of like they did that. They were doing like backyard shows.
I saw that. Yeah. Which is cool. And great for like, that's great marketing.
No, it's awesome.
They played at a Sheetz less than an hour from my house. And
that's awesome.
I was like, that would have been kind of cool. My mom knew someone who was there and it was like, I could not see anything. Like it was not a disaster. I'm sure everything went fine, but not a good experience to see a band at a Sheetz. Really.
It's crazy. Buc-ee's.
Live at Buc-ee's.
Live
Linkin
at
Park.
Buc-ee's. Linkin Park live from Buc-ee's.
The Linkin Park album Live from Texas.
Oh yeah,
that's a good one.
Yeah,
it's from 2005. I want to say maybe a little earlier than that. I don't know. I love good mixed live albums. It's just that really capture the spirit of being there as opposed to like cleaning it up too much.
It's rare as fuck.
All right, this is Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. Yeah. We go live every single week and have since July 2018. Never missed a week. You can get us 3 days early and ad free over on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. We appreciate your support over there. You can support us at various tiers to get all sorts of freebies, including early ad free access to this show, the ability to submit your inquiries to this show and every show, and obviously access to every show we do in our network as well. But for the inquiries, you go to the newsfeed on Patreon and look for the various threads. Our threads are posted on Wednesdays and deleted Thursdays, so go post. That's how you're going to hear your inquiries throughout the show. Use Patreon to get your RSS feeds set up, to get access to our Discord, and so much more. Sacred Symbols Plus is also, like I said, the additional episode you get each and every week. The most recent one that would have gone live on Saturday, we've already put live because it is of great interest to people, which is about the Electronic Arts Saudi Arabia situation. We're going to talk about that later in the show as well. It's a big story here, but I sat down and spoke about it extensively with Rick Hogue, the lawyer, and Rick Hogue's an M&A lawyer, so this is right up his alley. And so go check that out, please. That's available now. That is Saturday's episode, published early. We just did some spoiler cast / review discussions for games like Chronos, The New Dawn, Metal Gear Solid Delta, Death Stranding 2, and so on and so forth. I think we're spooling up one for Ghost of Yotei. I think we're spooling one up for Silent Hill F. So more of those coming on Sacred Symbols Plus as well. Please look forward to it. Let's see here. Actually, we don't really need to do this one because I already talked about that. Not very strategic. Sacred Streaming. Sacred.
Sean Connery. Sacred Streaming on Mondays.
Sacred Streaming is going on Mondays. Having a great time over there. Join us on our YouTube channel. We go live at 1 p.m. Eastern time and just do random things. Play a game. Play Sacred League. Peruse the PSN. Take inquiries. Whatever. We also did a live State of Play stream recently that was off cycle and therefore free for all in VOD on YouTube. So go check that out. But Dustin and I sat down and talked about, Dustin played and we talked rather through Baby Steps. And we'll talk about that later because that's one of the games you're playing. Treforoth wrote into us on Patreon and said, "Greetings, Sacred Sirs. With all due respect, I feel like I'm watching four Helen Kellers trying to learn how to read out loud for the first time, while you all scramble to keep points during every bet show. What is going on over there? Is it really that hard to count the points and keep track? You guys even have a pencil and paper. Am I too harsh for thinking this? Is it unfair that I'm slightly infuriated every time? On the flip side, I notice more joy and camaraderie between the crew, which seems attributed to the streams. I look forward to the streams more than any other content. There are some good vibes happening there, and I'm here for it. Thanks for all that you do." Thank you for writing in. It's Brad. It's Brad's fault.
That's it.
I mean, what else do you want me to say?
That's all there is to say, really.
I was going to defend Brad, but you're kind of right in that Brad's like, well, make sure you keep track of the points yourself. It's like,
yeah, it's like, don't do too much, Brad.
It's like, I need to be locked into the game, and you want me to keep track of things. Aren't you the game master?
Yeah, you're the game. Like, you keep track of things. You have to do it.
Imagine if Steve Harvey was on whatever that show is with the surveys.
Family Feud.
He was just like, do you guys know which one of you guys won?
Right.
It's kind of crazy, isn't it? It's a bit absurd. You know?
We need Brad to be more decisive in his scorekeeping.
Yeah, even if it's wrong, you know?
Right.
I would rather him just decide, I would rather him just flagrantly lie. And just be like somebody who clearly lost won. And then that could be its own thing. And then it's like, oh, the decision's final. It could be Brad's own North Korea. You know?
Mm-hmm.
He can make all the decisions.
Very fun. Well, yeah. we'll clean that up. Sacred League's coming back soon. I kind of want to do it for the next stream, but we'll see if I can get that set up because I want to do the questions this time. But I need to sit down and come up with questions, which is probably pretty difficult. Not difficult, but time consuming.
Yeah, it'll take some time.
All right.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Cash App. Cash App makes it super convenient to send and receive cash, and it couldn't be more easy to sign up. I like going out, hanging out with friends, and when it comes to the bill, I love how Cash App makes it easy for me to either pay someone back or have someone send me cash for when I pay. But outside of friends, like making a deal at a local video game show, it's also great because I can make purchases knowing my money is secure. Cash App is more than just a safe way to send and receive money. With Cash App Card, you get tons of perks without hidden fees. Think early access to concert pre-sales like Kendrick Lamar and Sabrina Carpenter, plus discounts on everyday purchases at brands you're probably already spending money on. It also keeps your money safe by automatically flagging suspicious transactions and letting you lock your card instantly if it's ever lost or stolen. For a limited time, new Cash App customers can earn $10 if they use code CashApp10 in their profile at signup and send $5 to a friend within 14 days. Terms apply. Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcasts for full disclosures.
Merch, laststandmedia.store. T-shirts, sweatshirts, stickers, and so on. Dane wrote into us on Patreon and said, "How's it going, guys? I received my physical copy of Hyroxia in the mail a few days ago. My wife surprised me with it. I wanted to comment on the incredible artwork, both the box artwork and the art within the book. I believe Colin has said in recent weeks that Dagan did the art. He did. He did an amazing job. Congratulations on another successful physical release. Thanks for all that you do on Sacred Symbols. I look forward to the show every week. Take care, guys. Thank you, Dane, for writing in. Still copies of Hyroxia available for you as well if you want to grab one for PS5. But Dustin, there's something else to talk about.
Yes, we have a special merch announcement. I'm gonna put the image in the show for the video, but I'll send it to you guys as well.
Light editing?
Some light editing. We are doing the first ever holiday sweatshirt for Sacred Symbols. If you're seeing it on screen or for the audio listeners, it's a black sweatshirt, but it has like a knitted design to it that was done by our friend Hodge, who did an excellent job.
I finally paid him.
Oh, good.
I decided to pay him.
Good. Yeah. He needs it. But it says season's greetings and salutations, and it has the Sacred Symbols logo on it. I think this is absolute fire. I can't wait to get one for myself. But being that this is a niche item, even for our niche podcast, it is going to be on pre-order. So starting this coming Monday. So if you're listening on free feeds, the pre-order is started now. for 2 weeks, you can pre-order the Sacred Christmas sweater. They are going to be most sizes are 50, and then I think the largest sizes are a few dollars more. And we will be shipping those kind of near the middle to end of November, depending on how long it takes to get them manufactured. But we are confident that they will arrive before the real kickoff of the Christmas season if you're normal and you celebrate in December and not starting end of October. So yeah, check it out. The holiday sweatshirt. I think you're going to like it.
It looks great. It does look great. This is, by the way, entitled Holiday Sweater V2. Always interested to see what the V1 was. I
think the I did a different background initially, and I thought it wasn't as readable that way. So then I changed it. So yeah, sometimes there's variations, but I did look into, side note, because this is it's like ink that's designed to look like a knitted sweater. We could have done the knitted sweaters. They would have been very, very expensive.
Yeah, I don't.
So this is a way to make them a little more accessible.
Yeah, I mean, if there's like demand, maybe we can do like a pre-order for something like that in the future years. But I don't want to front all that money for something so dangerous. Right. Although when we sold, or we didn't sell it because your mom sold it, but the stained glass, not that there was that many available, but people are willing to buy that stuff at an expensive price. Maybe I should have charged her.
Maybe. She's already got, to my understanding, she already has a few more made. So the second wave of the Sacred Stained Glass is coming.
Cool. Very good. All right. Let's get into topics of discussion. I have to be honest with you that the inquiries this week, there were not as many fun ones as usual, which is fine. So I only saw a couple that we would use to stretch our legs. And we went on so long about Linkin Park for some reason at the beginning of the show that it'd probably best that we just have these two inquiries and move on with our lives. But I like this one. Simon Lyons wrote in. I think this will intrigue you. He says, "Greetings, gents. I just wrapped up the soft opening of my new coffee shop here in Texas. And to my surprise, it was a rousing success. But now as we take a few weeks to tweak ratios and ingredients, I can't shake the feeling that the menu is missing something. Perhaps a double Americano with a shot of existential dread named the Colin. An empty cup into which a barista has mildly whispered, 'That's wild' for Chris. A lukewarm latte with the promise that it will really heat up after the 900th one you order for Dustin. What say you? What sort of eldritch or esoteric creation should be canonized on behalf of Sacred Symbols? Or maybe just hit me with an idea about something you may actually enjoy. All the best. May God have mercy on us all." Thank you. Well, congratulations. I didn't like the lack of confidence, Simon, that you had in the beginning. Much to my surprise, you say, and to my surprise, it was a rousing success. Why are you surprised? Put your shoulder into it. Have a little confidence. What's the point otherwise? You have to believe in yourself. And it seemed like it worked out. So believe in yourself. Imposter syndrome is nonsense. Just do it and make a lot of money. I wanted to bring this up because Dustin, for you especially, Chris, you like coffee? I keep forgetting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't drink it all the time, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then you can answer this as well. I don't drink coffee really. I get an espresso every so often after dinner if I'm at a nice restaurant, but I'm not really into coffee, so I'm not going to answer this. But Dustin, I feel like this is your time to shine because at Hitler's Bunker in Ohio, the deli,
right?
We have the Sacred Sandwich. And I designed that. That's like my sandwich. It's, pepper turkey. It's boar's head pepper turkey, boar's head, honey ham and the toppings and all the rest. This is your time to do something. Name it, put your stamp on it, and we'll have another place for people to go and worship, a shrine, as it were.
Yeah. So it's tough because with coffee, I'm kind of a minimalist. Like I don't want to add flavorings or syrups or whatever. I do like when I'm at a shop, right? When I'm at home, I'm drinking just brewed coffee. At shops, I try to get something I can't make at home. So that usually involves some kind of espresso. So my go-to is, even though it's not that creative, is just like a medium latte with an extra shot. So it's kind of more I don't want to say the ratio of a cortado, but it's, a latte with a little extra kick. So maybe that's the move. Latte, extra shot. What do we call it though? Stand down shot? It's pretty obvious.
The stand down?
The stand down. Maybe 2 extra shots, though. We don't want people going too nuts.
Right.
But I've done it.
Right.
I've years ago at my old job, me and Ben and Brandon and some other friends, we would sometimes meet for coffee. Like we were 80-year-old men before we went to work. And I would drink a cortado, a regular hot coffee, and I would get a cold brew on the way out. And I would drive to work and I'd have my hands on the wheel and I could see them. And I was so stressed and I'm like, I gotta stop doing this.
Yeah, that's crazy. You're white knuckling.
Yeah,
you guys are your friend group is like a sitcom friend group. You know, like Seinfeld's fun. We always talk about Seinfeld. It's like one of my favorite things ever, but it's like they see each other so much. I would never want to see anyone like that.
Mm-hmm.
And you're one of those guys that's like, let's go get coffee before work with my friends. Like that's shit you see on a 90s sitcom. Very interesting. You live a very social and amiable life.
Well, yeah. I don't know. I mean, the coffee before work, it was just a nice time to catch up, you know, with the boys. We actually did it as cringy as is. We called it Coffee Boys. Like the Coffee Boys would meet on Thursday mornings.
It's just so interesting because you must have been really young at that point. And right? I mean, 22, something like that. Like when I was 22 at 7 a.m, I was like passed out, hungover. You know, you were out getting coffee with your friends and enriching your social life. It's just interesting.
I was maybe 25. And the part of the reason was Holly worked at the coffee shop and I needed to take her there. We had one car. So I had to take her to the coffee shop and drop her off. So eventually it just turned into like, well, I'm already here. Maybe the boys are also going to work. So why don't we just meet up for a little bit? Hang out, have a drink, talk about life, you know? So
it's nice. Nice. I
haven't done it in years.
I'm trying to make a joke, but I'm complimenting it as well.
Yeah.
It's very mindful.
I still do the coffee before work thing sometimes. Not with this show because we start recording at 10 a.m. my time, which is like I usually get up at like 8:30. Give myself some time. But on a Star Tank day, that's my schedule entirely. I'm gonna walk to the diner. Gonna get myself some coffee.
Fantastic.
Very nice stuff. Well, Simon, congratulations. It's tough owning a business like that. So we're wishing you the best. It's probably very competitive, that space. Coffee.
Yeah. It feels like there's always like every time a new place opens up around here, I feel like it's a coffee place. And I'm like, how much coffee could we possibly need? It's insane. I think there's like 4 coffee shops in like 2 blocks. And I'm like, look, I get it. There's different styles. People want different things. I'll give you 2. You know, I'll give you 2. But what we really need is like a place where I can get like a bacon, egg, and cheese real quick.
Right.
That's what we need. That's what we need here. That is not served. You know, we don't need another coffee shop.
Yeah, like
God bless you.
It's so stupid to say, but it's like if I knew that something, because it's so risky opening up an eatery of some sort, whatever it is, but like a New York style deli, if I just knew that it would work here, because there are none, like that it would attract like snowbird type people and transplants and people that just want that kind of thing. It's like, oh, I would totally do it because it would be so awesome.
I've genuinely thought about it.
Yeah.
I've genuinely thought about it. Like I've looked at places like for lease or whatever, and I've been like, maybe, I don't know, maybe do I want it? Like, I feel like I don't want to do that really, but like, I would like to at least have one of those places. Like, if anything, it's just so I could go there and get a sandwich. It would be purely selfish.
Right. Of course.
You know?
Of course.
Have you guys seen there's a King of the Hill episode where there's a New York style deli that opens in the mall and Bobby Hill eats so much of he eats all of this food and he gets gout from like the chicken livers and stuff.
That's awesome.
Crazy.
God, you guys are on it with that show lately. It's funny. It's got a resurgence now that it's got its new new season.
I'm in, dude. I'm all in.
JP wrote in with the final inquiry before we get into the news. And there's some big news, of course, to get through this week. He says, hey, sacred gentlemen, how much money would it take you to be a henchman? Let's say you live in Gotham City and the Penguin offers you a job. What would be your price to potentially have to deal with Batman dropping from a gargoyle and concussing you to the point that you can no longer read? Thanks. I'll fall asleep in my chair, snoring like a cartoon bear and listen. This is a great question because the one thing that I've always appreciated about the henchmen, if you play like an Arkham game, for instance, it reads like this to me. They're quite brave. They never back down. They know they're going to get their shit kicked in. Yeah. And they're watching it happen. Especially when you're on the gargoyles and you're tying people up and like, the bat's here! And they're like looking for you, but they don't ever run away. That's the interesting part about it. They're quite brave. And I wonder what that's all about. So they must be getting paid well, or just the fiber of these people is quite elite.
Yeah. I always took it as that they're like brainwashed or something. Like not like fantasy style brainwash. I mean like brainwash in the way that we do it like in the real world with like, repeat training and just kind of like, I don't know, almost like a cult leader kind of thing. Because if you're following somebody like the Joker, that's got to be more of a cult than anything. There's definitely not like a 401k attached or something like that. It's not like, so I just took it to mean that they're also crazy, or they also don't really understand fully what they're dealing with. Or maybe they somehow think that every single person that Batman beats is like a fluke. I don't know. It's very weird. I always love that about video games like that, where the henchmen are clearly up against somebody that they have no fucking hope. It's the same thing in Spider-Man as well. It's like, what do you think you're going to do to this man? And those takedowns are brutal too. My favorite thing about the Batman and Spider-Man thing was like, they don't kill. Right. And then you throw them off a building and then they'll get webbed to a surface or whatever.
How merciful.
But my favorite thing about like the most recent joke that I've seen, where it's like just people cracking skeletons in half and like, just completely twisting them, and then it's just like now talk. It's good stuff. But I don't know. I don't think they're getting paid well. It is funny. I don't think they're getting paid well at all. I think it's a cultish kind of voluntary service type thing.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I guess I always envisioned it. I guess it would be different on a situation by situation basis, but I suppose I always envisioned it as there's some sort of pot of money, or people are promised X amount of the winnings or the findings, the stealings of whatever they get. I don't know. I'm always fascinated that some of these guys have like families and kids when you listen to their like chatter with each other, which actually is kind of cool, but they must be bringing home the bacon somehow. Dustin, what would it take for you to work for the Penguin in Gotham City?
Yeah, I was, Chris brings the cult aspect. I wonder if these are, poor people that have just been taken advantage of. It's like, what are you going to do in Gotham? You either rob or you get robbed. So you might as well go for it. But it's made me think, though, has there ever been a multiplayer game where you can, like, it's what's the word I'm looking? Asymmetric multiplayer game with Batman and henchmen?
That would be cool.
That might be kind of, it would be like the Splinter Cell mode that was like Spies versus Mercs or whatever.
Yeah.
That might be kind of, I might be kind of into that.
That might be henchman. Cool, yeah. They did kind of technically, the most analogous thing to that was there was a level in the Suicide Squad game where you fight Batman, and that's kind of the thing of it, where it's just like he's stalking you in the pipes.
Right.
And it's kind of scary. That was the coolest thing about that game. It's almost like it should have been single player. It's almost like that's what it should have been. But yeah, I think there's a movie in the works right now with DC, like about, I think it's called Henchman or something. And the premise is that it follows a henchman in Gotham.
That's a cool idea, just to see what that would be like.
Yeah, I'm super stoked about the idea. It's a great idea. I don't know how well it's going to be, and like I'm sure there's maybe comics based on that. I'm sure that's not like a purely original idea, but I've always been fascinated by henchmen and everything. Even as early as the Spider-Man Neversoft games, where they're just on the rooftops, nothing to do.
Well, this is why I'm fascinated. We talked about it when we talked about my friend Jake, who did the Metal Gear art, and that I approached him when he was already getting too big to really take it, the commission, where I wanted him to do Cobra propaganda posters. And I had this idea. That's what I mean, apart from everything that I love about it, one of the cool things about Cobra is that they're supposed to be like normal people. Like in the comic books, which are quite serious, they show like the Crimson Guards as being like guys in suits and ties when they're at work, and they're like lawyers and accountants and shit. It's really interesting. And I had this idea of showing people in their everyday lives, but then how it translates to Cobra. So like a guy like working on a car in a shop, but then he's like a techno viper, like the guys that work on the vehicles, and you know, all those kinds of things. And I want to make propaganda posters, have him make propaganda posters that are like that lean into like these are actually real people that are like doing this. And I think it's always interesting to humanize as many of the characters as you can in those stories, even if the stories are silly. All right, let's get into the news. The big piece of news this week is the pending purchase of Electronic Arts by a consortium of interests. And there are two primary sources here to go through. So first of all, shout out to the Wall Street Journal, because they broke the story actually before EA was ready to talk about it, which sent the stock soaring late last week. But on September 29th, so a few days ago now from when we're recording, EA announced and confirmed the news, which is that a consortium of interests are going to buy the company for $55 billion and take it private. And we'll get into all of what that means. But the press release that EA released says this in part. Electronic Arts, a global leader in interactive entertainment, today announced that it has entered into a definitive agreement to be acquired by an investor consortium comprised of PIF, Silver Lake, and Affinity Partners in an all-cash transaction that values EA at an enterprise value of approximately $55 billion. The transaction positions EA to accelerate innovation and growth to build the future of entertainment. Under the terms of the agreement, the consortium will acquire 100% of EA, with PIF rolling over its existing 9.9% stake in the company. EA stockholders will receive $210 per share in cash. The per share purchase price represents a 25% premium to EA's unaffected share price of $168.32 at market close on September 25th, the last fully unaffected trading day, and a premium to EA's unaffected all-time high of $179.01 at market close on August 14th, earlier this year. So I have, again, you can listen to the Sacred Symbols Plus episode I did with Hogue right now on patreon.com/laststandmedia. We get really, really deep into the deal. Here, we're going to get as deep as you guys want to get, because I want to get your opinions as well. But here are a few good, interesting pieces of information that are relevant. So as they say here in the press release, PIF. So PIF is the Public Investment Fund. This is a Saudi Arabian sovereign wealth fund. It is the second biggest sovereign wealth fund in the world, behind Norway's sovereign wealth fund. And a sovereign wealth fund is a state-controlled series of investments that use government money to invest in private corporations that then they can funnel the money back into their own countries, ideally. And the Public Investment Fund, from Saudi Arabia was founded in the early 70s, because the Saudis have long known, and this was something that we were getting into on the show on Sacred Plus that I find fascinating, is if you read about, do you guys know what peak oil is? The term peak oil?
Not specifically, no.
It's the idea that there will be a day where the most oil will be extracted from the planet, and then it will all go down from there, because there will be fewer and fewer reserves. And in the 70s, and even before that, people thought we would reach peak oil in the 90s, because they didn't realize how much oil was really under the ground, and we can get it out of oil sands and all the sophisticated things now. But the Saudis in the 70s started to get nervous, because they're like, yeah, we have a lot of oil, but it's going to go away. We need to diversify. And so they've been chasing this for many decades. This is not a new phenomenon. And by the way, we still haven't reached peak oil, which is incredible to think about. There's just so much of it. It's crazy. It's actually fucking crazy. I remember being a kid and people be like, no later than 2000 will be peak oil. And in the 60s, I think they were saying 1980 and then 1990. So really interesting shit. So they're smart. They want to take the money that they've gotten from fossil fuels and get it going while the going's good. And they control $1 trillion worth of corporate entities now, which is amazing. Norway is twice as big, interestingly, their sovereign wealth fund. But other than that, that's the biggest sovereign wealth fund in the world. And they're relevant right now because they're the big player in this, but also they already own 10% of EA. So theoretically, to gain control of the company, they would just need to get 40% plus one vote. And then they would be in control of the company. This is a bigger thing. This is a full leveraged buyout. Now, the big part of this is that this is the biggest leveraged buyout of all time. And a leveraged buyout, for people that don't know, is basically the new entity strapping itself with debt to finance the purchase. And this was a big deal in the 90s and into the 2000s, and one of the things that kind of went away after the financial crash in 2008. That's kind of coming back a little bit. And so EA right now has $2.2 billion worth of debt, which is very manageable. But after the deal, they're going to have another $20 billion of debt financed through JP Morgan to be able to afford this full deal. EA initially went public in 1990 for 52 cents a share. And pretty interesting so there are no doubt people that have been holding EA the entire time and are primed to make an enormous amount of money. It's also important to note that the public investment fund in Saudi Arabia is doing this through the Savvy Games Group, which is their games arm. And that Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, is reportedly a massive gamer. And that's been true for years. In fact, I was asking Hogue if he ever saw it. I don't know if you guys ever saw what people claim is his Steam account. Which is
didn't have like an anime girl.
Yeah, it's like he plays stuff. He has like thousands of games. Yeah, and it's like a lot of it is like anime and really nerdy shit. He's definitely the driving force behind them getting involved in this shit. And it's really interesting. Savvy already owns a bunch of shit in the games industry. They own 8% of Embracer. They own all of Scopely, which is a huge deal. Scopely is the company that absorbed Niantic. And they're responsible for like Pokemon Go, but Monopoly Go, or whatever that game is called, which is huge, is like their big thing right now. They own 5% of Capcom, 5% of Nexon, 7.5% of Nintendo, 6% of Take-Two. So there's them involved in this, and that's obviously the big controversy. The other entities, for people that are curious, Silver Lake is a private fund that was founded in the late 90s, and they were early investors in a lot of shit. They've made a lot of money, and they control about $100 billion in assets right now. They were early investors in like Airbnb, Waymo, Twitter, Expedia.
Oh my God, it's all the worst shit.
And they were an early investor in Skype. Skype obviously was sold for an enormous amount of money to Microsoft. They were an early investor in GoDaddy. They were an early investor in Alibaba, which is a huge Chinese website, Google-like entity. And then the other interesting wrinkle is, so the third partner is Affinity Partners. Why it's interesting why they're involved is because they are so much smaller. So the PIF is worth $1 trillion. Silver Lake is worth $100 billion. So 10% of that. And then Affinity Partners is worth 1/20th of what Silver Lake is worth. The reason that I believe they're involved is because Jared Kushner owns them. They have really, I would say, if you know anything about the Abraham Accords and all the shit that happened with Israel or whatever, and their investments in Israel and kind of normalizing stuff over there, he has huge connections in Saudi Arabia. So my assumption is that Affinity Partners is like the lubricant to the deal. And then Silver Lake is like one of the moneyed interests. And then the PIF is the other moneyed interest. And then JP Morgan is putting the rest of the money up as a loan. Jason Schreier reports on Blue Sky that the loans are, through their financial reporting at Bloomberg, so not even him, but like the financial reporters are saying that the loans that will finance this debt are rated B, which means that they're junk loans, which indicates that this could be more dangerous than it seems. So there's a lot of interesting tendrils to pull at here. Lots to talk about. We can go in any direction. Dustin, let's start with you. EA will be sold, will go private, and be primarily, though not wholly, owned by the Saudi Wealth Fund. What do you think?
Yeah, it sucks. Right off the bat, it sucks. And to be clear, going into this, and I think I at least personally have said this before, I'm not a big finance guy. There's a lot of stuff, even though you just said, Colin, that I somewhat understand, but not really. So a lot of my feelings are just exactly that.
Well,
feelings.
And not to put you on the spot, but what don't you understand? Because maybe other people don't as well. What can we clarify? Maybe I also don't understand. I guess you don't understand.
There's things that I understand. Like I understand about the three different entities buying this, the junk loans, stuff like that. The things that I guess I just don't understand is, and I guess I do understand. I'm just thinking like, why? There's part of me that's like, it's so complicated because there's a way that I'm like, the government shouldn't be involved in a lot of big, well, obviously like monopolistic stuff. Like we want government involved, but I'm like, shouldn't it be, isn't it a little weird that a foreign nation is buying up some of our biggest entertainment entities, like American companies, in order to enrich themselves and send that money out of the country? Like, maybe we shouldn't do that. Like, maybe we shouldn't allow that. It just seems obvious to me, but clearly Saudi Arabia across the board is just doing this all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
And there has been significant pushback, which I think is good. Colin, you and I were talking about that comedy festival that was in Saudi Arabia.
In Riyadh, yeah.
I just watched a video about that, and it's particularly interesting because like Bill Burr was part of it, and he's like notoriously saying like very against wealth inequality, which is good, saying billionaires need to be put down. Very, we'll just say abrasive language, whether you like it or not. But then takes like a cool $1 million in agreement to not say anything bad about an extremely oppressive regime. Not so good. But so yeah, it sucks. A lot of questions. I'm trying to remember if any of these write-ins are about this, but like, it's obvious to me at least that it's like, no, nothing's going to change in terms of what content is or isn't allowed from EA to put out. It's not like they're going to impose cultural restrictions because, as you were saying, Colin, the whole reason for this is to make money for their wealth fund. And so I think that they understand that it's like, we can't, if we were to impose that on this, then it's going to hurt it. And that's not why we're doing this. So it's unfortunate. I don't really know what else to say about it other than this keeps happening. And more American companies seem to get swallowed up by foreign entities only to just funnel the money out.
Indeed. I mean, that's one incredibly valid point of view and one of many things that we can discuss about this. I want to get you on the record, Chris. How are you feeling about this? This is big news. Everyone has an opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's the almighty dollar, man. I've talked about this. I don't even know how many times on the show, but like when your guiding principle is the dollar, then nothing matters but that. And then, yeah, you're going to sell your shit to the highest bidder, whether it's detrimental to you, your culture, your society, your country, whatever. It's like it's not going to matter to you because that's the religion that you have is the dollar. And this is ultimately, and I know people are tired of hearing this, but it's like, dude, this is the ultimate end of this kind of system that we have. This is like where it always goes. You can't have capitalism is like a garden, man. Like you got to like maintain it. You have to prune the weeds. You have to make sure things aren't like, wrapping their tendrils around other things. You got to make sure you manage it. You can't just leave it just unmanaged because then it gets to this. This is always what happens. And we haven't pruned in a fucking long time. And it looks like we're not going to prune in a long time because Jared Kushner, isn't he like Donald Trump's like son-in-law? That's cool.
Yeah, he's married to Ivanka Trump.
That's real sick.
I wanted to bring that
real
up.
Awesome. But I don't know. What is it
about, both, I mean, our current president and the former president, they all got deals going on in other countries. Seems real. Seems legit.
It
bothers the shit out of me too, just because I would invest here. But
it's so frustrating, man. Whether it's like clandestine and secretive or like out in the open, like that's one thing I see. Like now, it's like, well, at least they're doing it out in the open. It's like that's not better. That's just like if Bill Cosby was like out doing tours about like, yeah, I've been raping. It's like that doesn't change.
At least he's honest.
You mean raping?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot. That's like that great Norm Macdonald bit where he's talking about like I think the worst bit about Cosby was the hypocrisy, and it's like I don't think that's the worst part. But no, I don't know, man. This is where this leads, man, and it's unfortunate because I don't see it really stopping. I think we're in a very We're generally in a very get the bag kind of environment now. Like, I don't think people think about the morality of these things as much as they used to, because we're just kind of surrounded by people telling us to just, like, you know, grind, get the bag, do whatever you can. And it's when you're in that environment, you don't really think about the effects. And, like, this is a real bummer, man. I don't know when this is going to go through, but, like, presumably that'll be like that's a lot of big games. I saw people being like, oh, it's a good thing that they got EA because EA doesn't make good games. And it's like, only if you don't play games can you think that.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
what are you talking about?
they made It Takes Two, which was like one of the most impressive games I'd played in the year that it came out. Split Fiction apparently is very good as well. I haven't had the time to check that out yet either, but, like, that was a unique game. Battlefield is having its resurgence now at, like, the worst possible time, I guess. Because now I'm like, I guess I don't know. I guess I'm not playing Battlefield because that's insane. Battlefield being owned by Saudi Arabia is hysterically weird.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Like, that's a very weird. It's happening all over the place with the Riyadh Comedy Festival too. Like, there's so many people who are just so unabashedly selling out. Like, Tim Dillon to me was the most egregious because, like, you sold out and you got fired, so you got double. You're like a double loser. After you had, like, dinner with, like, the president and, like, all this stuff, it's like, you can't, like, I don't know, man. It's so shameless. The degree by which, like, there's so much intermingling and just like, yeah, sell your assets to this, sell your assets to that, whatever, get your bag. I'm just like, brother, this is so sad. But whatever. It's just going to keep going this way until everything's owned by, like, two companies. And then we're going to be like, why does everything suck now? Or why does everything continue to suck? And it's like, gee, I wonder. Could it be because, like, there's nobody competing with each other anymore? Because everybody's agreeing to stay out of each other's turf, like it's cable companies and shit?
Yeah,
that's, like, a whole other thing.
It's just, or cartels.
Yeah, it's just, that's where we're heading, really. And there doesn't seem to be any earnest, a real attempt to get in the way or to combat it in some way. It just seems to be just like, this is where it's where we're at, and it's just how it's how the game is played. And it's just like, all right, race to the bottom, I guess. Off we go.
So Andrew Wilson is going to remain CEO of the company, which is interesting. In fact, I feel like it's up to the board to figure this out, and the board approved this. So, but it almost feels like a conflict of interest because usually, like, in massive sales like this, there's often a turning over of the C-suite. And so he's running the company and driving forward this purchase that will just further enrich him specifically. But, and he already makes, I mean, again, I've said this a million times. I don't think being the CEO of EA is easy. I think it's incredibly fucking difficult. But he already makes like $50 million a year or something like that. So after all of his options and all these things. So, but I thought that his letter was interesting. Hogan and I were making fun of part of it because it's just such PR people. You could just put this through a fucking AI bot now and have them write something like this. So it says, team, moments ago, we announced that the board approved an agreement for EA to be acquired by PIF, Silver Lake, and Affinity Partners. You can read the press release, blah, blah. Under the terms of the transaction, that we already know this. This moment is a recognition of your creativity, your innovation, and your passion. You have built some of the world's most iconic IP, created stories that have inspired global communities, and helped shape culture through interactive experiences. Everything we have achieved and everything that lies ahead is because of you. We are entering a new era of opportunity. This is one of the largest and most significant investments ever made in the entertainment industry. Our new partners bring deep experience across sports, gaming, and entertainment. They are committed with conviction to EA. They believe in our people, our leadership, and the long-term vision we are now building together. I thought this was funny, though. There's a if you guys read his letter, and there's a thing at the bottom. We went into this, so I don't mean to be redundant because we talked about this extensively on Sacred Plus, but I just think this is so funny, and I think you guys will find it funny. There's a thing here. It says cautionary statement regarding forward-looking statements. So this is underneath his letter. Some statements set forth in this communication contain forward-looking statements that are subject to change. Statements including words such as anticipate, believe, expect, intend, estimate, plan, predict, seek, goal, will, may, likely, should, could, and future, and similar expressions that predict or indicate future events or trends, or that are not statements of historical matters, may identify forward-looking statements. These forward-looking statements include, but are not limited to, statements regarding the benefits of and timeline for closing the transaction. It's like the craziest lawyer shit I've ever seen. Oh, I was dying where I'm like, they're going through the words, then it's like, will, may, should.
Every single, just the entire dictionary.
Oh, it's so fucking good, dude. I was like dying when I was reading that. I was like, I can't even believe that that's real. All right, so here's what I have to say about it. And again, sorry for the redundancy if you already listened to the show, but most of you have not. And we got into it so much deeper because there's so much to say about it. But I have 4 bullet points that I want to bring up here on this show. The first is the major concern that I've seen from people, which is, oh, now they're going to like, pray the gay away. And like all these things are going to, it's like, and I think Dustin touched on this. It's like, no, they're not. Now, there might be casualties that get rid of studios like BioWare, and I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, to be perfectly honest. And Hogan and I talked about this where I'm like, they're going to lay people off. Like, understand that. They're definitely coming in. And public companies have so much more leeway to waste money and resources and space than private companies. And so there's definitely going to be a culling there. And I don't wish that on anyone, but that's going to happen. But I want people to kind of understand that these people are not stupid and they're not going to inject their mores onto the games. I don't think that that's a relevant concern. In fact, they're complete hypocrites. And we already know this because Savvy Games Group has Western style developers run by women and populated by gay people and stuff working out of Riyadh. So they're willing to totally just pretend that none of their rules and regulations exist for these particular companies because they want to extract what they do best out of them. They don't care.
I think people think that because of the Riyadh Comedy Festival and the stuff that came out about like how there's like a specific sheet that was like leaked by one of the comedians that ended up not going. That was like, you can't joke about this, and that. Right. And so people are like kind of, but those are 2 very different things.
I think what people have to understand is, right. And I think what people have to understand is if a game comes out of one of these studios that does something that would be unsavory or untoward in Saudi Arabia, it won't be released in that state in Saudi Arabia. But that's not what they're going after. Right. They want the global market. So they're hypocrites. Totally. China does the same shit. So it's no different. Like they want to work. This is the kind of deal that lets them have their cake and eat it too. But I think people are worried about the wrong thing.
Right.
And that's the big thing I wanted to say here was if you're worried about them saying like, oh, no more gay fucking romance lines in Mass Effect. I'm like, no, dude, that's not what it's all about. They just want money. If only they were that dedicated to the cause, you might even have a little respect for them. Not because of the anti-gay or anti-thing, but because they were consistent. But it's not that at all. It's the same as them selling all their oil to us. Right. It's like, okay, we don't even like each other. The 9/11 hijackers were Saudi. Like everyone just pretends all these things don't exist. So I understand that concern. Like you said, the comedy bit, but that's because it was in Riyadh. In other words, if a Saudi Arabian company was doing a comedy, circuit in America, that list wouldn't exist. They just want money. Exactly. So you have to give them that kind of credit. And they have proven it out over decades because, like I said, the Sovereign Wealth Fund is $1 trillion. It's a lot of money for a private entity. Isn't any specific company. $1 trillion market cap is nuts. So I get it. I understand that. I think you're concerned about the wrong thing. Here's where I think you should put your concern is in the sports washing or games washing angle of it. Saudi Arabia is populated, no doubt, by many millions of very good, decent people. But the reality of the situation on the ground, though it has been liberalizing a little bit, and it's all relative, of course, like women can drive now, for instance, right? Wow. Is they have a series of Bronze Age level laws and regulations and mores that I'm personally not interested in changing because it's not my business, but that we nonetheless choose to interact with and endorse by having deals like this. And it's the same thing China got out of its, like, especially in the 90s as trade normalized in the 80s and 90s, it's like they kind of got out of the straitjacket. Because they're like, yeah, we can just be a communist dictatorship in quotes, but have a capitalist market and everyone just buys our shit and we just interact on the market like everyone else. So we just have our cake and eat it too. It doesn't matter. while you could actually hold economic leverage against these countries and say, like, while we can't do anything to change your situation on the ground, we don't have to endorse it. Right? And there's some pretty dark shit going on in Saudi Arabia. Make no mistake about it. The reason Tim Dillon was kicked off, as I understand, was kicked off of that Riyadh thing was because he was making fun of the fact that they basically have slaves.
Right.
And it's not like they're literally slaves, like chattel slavery or something like that. It's that they import foreign workers, pay them almost nothing, and treat them like absolute shit as an almost underclass that does all of the hard, tedious work that their moneyed society doesn't want to do. That's the least of it, frankly. They'll cut your fucking head off in public, in a public execution, for being gay, for not worshiping their particular religion, for apostasy. The thing that bothers me just the most is the way they treat women. Out of all the other shit that's fucked up, this idea that we have to pretend that the women in the desert kingdom on all the sand near the equator want to dress like that and walk around like that is preposterous. Sorry. And I just think it's an awful situation. It's not an implication of the individuals that live there. It's not an implication of their right to have their own society. But I think we have to call out a reasonable stance of, like, why would we want to deal with a country like this? And it's like what Chris was saying. It's like, because the money, oil, China, cheap goods. Yeah, we'll have our factories with suicide nets around them, make your tchotchkes for you. Sure. You buy them from us, you undercut your own working class, and we win. And it's the same thing with the Saudis. So I really think, like, when people are focused on the end product, I'm like, no, you're not focused on the right thing. Nothing's going to change about FIFA or football club. Right. Nothing's going to change about Battlefield. What's going to change is that you're just giving them more and more and more money to normalize themselves. And I think that should be called out. No matter how much things are kind of softening with Saudi Arabia, it is still so out of bounds with the way that its human rights record that I'm not willing to fight a war over it. That's not what you know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, can't we agree to just have enough disdain for it to not economically interact?
It's like North Korea to me. It's like a North Korea situation to me, where I'm just like, what are we doing? Like, would we really, like, it would be like if we sold Ubisoft to, like, North Korea. I'd be like, why are we doing that? You couldn't get money elsewhere? You couldn't find anybody else? Right. That's the whole thing for me too, Chris, and I think it would be too easy to manipulate it. Bad actors could totally drive prices up and everything. But when something like this happens, it would almost be interesting if there was some sort of government mechanism where they don't force anyone to do anything, but they basically say, like, would anyone match this? Would any American company match this price? Right. Not drive it up, not have a bidding war. Just say, like, okay, this is what they're willing to pay. Is anyone willing to pay this to keep it domestic? I don't know how, again, that could be so easily manipulated. You don't want the government too overly involved. But as I said, and a lot of people are like, actually, I think we might have inquiries. I should probably get into some of them. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead. Well, the thing too is, like, this is going to continue to happen, right? Like, there's probably going to be more wealth funds and all these things. Like, there's probably going to be other governments that are going to be on the hunt for things to invest in, like, going forward. And so, like, my thing is, like, well, do we just leave it? Like, how? And I'm not even saying that I'm necessarily in support of this either, but, like, I almost wonder, it's like, wouldn't it be better to have our government do this than another government? You know what I mean? Yes. Like, I wouldn't want that necessarily, like, in a perfect scenario. But, like, if this is the name of the game now, where governments are going to be investing in X, Y, and Z, and, there's going to be American properties that are going to be essentially working at the behest of, completely foreign governments. Like, at a certain point, it does kind of behoove us to just be like, all right, well, these are the rules of the game now. I guess you know what I mean. Like I guess we stepped in there as well. Because I don't know what you do if you're the only person. If you're the only person not cheating, you're just dumb.
Yeah, I agree.
Is kind of how it feels like to me.
Yeah, I agree. Especially because we're letting, Electronic Arts is a great American company. I know a lot of people have problems with them.
Sure,
but like they're a great. They are an old Silicon Valley Generation 1 company, and came from nothing. Trip Hawkins and all those guys. And like I said, went public in 1990 at 50 cents by volume a share. This is a really impressive organization, and we shouldn't want it to be. And again, it's true. There are, Affinity and Silver Lake are American. That's true. JP Morgan is American. That's financing it. But it's just, I agree with you. And this is Deuces Bro wrote in. He said, in the latest Sacred Symbols Plus, Colin expressed profound enthusiasm and support for a U.S. public investment fund. This is literally a definition of socialism, public ownership of private assets. As an anarcho-capitalist, I hereby revoke Colin's capitalist card. Chris, please welcome Colin to the Communist Party. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Hogue punched some holes in it, which I think is totally reasonable because I haven't thought it through too much. And I tweeted this, and a lot of people were saying similar things to Deuce's Bro about like, oh, this is like socialism and stuff. And I'm like, we should have a sovereign wealth fund. Why wouldn't we? Like, to your point, if other countries are investing like this, and it's often but not always totalitarian countries that do, or totalitarian slanted countries that do have sovereign wealth funds. So like China has like a bunch of sovereign wealth funds. Hong Kong has a sovereign wealth fund. Singapore has a sovereign wealth fund. Kuwait has a sovereign wealth fund. UAE. There are, as Hogue and I were talking about, there are sovereign wealth funds at the state level in the United States. The Alaska Permanent Fund, which is the oil fund that pays everyone there every year, is a sovereign wealth fund. Everyone gets $1,800 a year every year. If you didn't know that, if you just live in Alaska, from this thing that was basically an agreement to say, like, if you're allowed to pipeline and drill and fuck things up here, you're at least going to pay us. And that's righteous as fuck. And by the way, Alaska is one of the most deep ruby red states. Like, no contest. Yeah. So they're into it. And the second biggest one is the Texas pension for their government. So anyway, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that's what's so funny about a lot of that stuff, because that's essentially a UBI,
right?
1,800, and it's just like, and it's in the context of a red state. And it's just like, these are not. I don't know. It's getting political, but like I wish people would really understand that like a lot of these things aren't really as black and white as they think they are. Where there's a lot of crossover, and there's a lot of things that you could argue a lot of things from any perspective, I would argue, but. I don't know. I think if we're going to be in this battlefield now, where there's just governments investing this way and that way, like it does kind of behoove us to not complacently like sit by and just because like we have like a cultural like history of just like, oh no, keep the government out of everything. It's like, yeah, I mean generally, but like I mean, if it helps us, why not?
Yeah, I feel the same way where I'm like first of all, you said it's getting what you were saying is getting political. It's like, hey guys, wake up. The sovereign wealth fund of Saudi Arabia buying Electronic Arts is deeply political.
Right.
If you don't understand that,
I meant off-topic political.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying for people out there, they're like politics. I'm like, guys, this is a great example of what I'm saying about the inescapable crossover between the political world and the game world. It's all the time. You just have to keep your eyes open and understand that that's what's happening. I believe so. This is what I was saying to Hogue was we should have a sovereign wealth fund, and it should be populated. And this was kind of the idea, and obviously it would have to be massaged, but basically companies can just give 10% of themselves in non-voting shares to the government, to a sovereign wealth fund, in exchange for zeroing out their tax bill forever. And the government the government would just own 10% of Apple, have no voting shares, cannot have any say over what happens, but they just own and control 1/10 of the company, and they get all the revenue from dividends and all the things like that. And so in exchange for that holding, they just don't get tax revenue. And that would, in a lot of cases, like, what's worth more, like Apple's tax revenue or 10% of Apple? Right. And not to get overly political, but the reason that I really believe we should be aggressive in these kinds of things, and I don't care if you call it socialism or whatever, it doesn't matter to me. I'm not a partisan in that way. It's like a good idea is a good idea. It's like our debt and our spending is so out of control that we almost have to be aggressive and actually as a government extracting value, which is not really a government's job. But
Right.
when the US government just randomly acquired 10% of Intel a few months ago, I was like, that's fucking awesome. Like, to me, I'm like, that's like a blue chip style thing you would want in a sovereign wealth fund. And we should embrace that sort of mentality, I think, in the United States. But apart from that, I agree completely, Chris. It's like, I'm a capitalist, but I am not a free market capitalist. And I am not an unabridged, like, capitalism is always good and the outcomes are always good. It's like, there's an amount of wealth accumulation in these different companies and these different situations that is wild. I mean, Elon Musk is the first person to have a $500 billion net worth. It's almost impossible to explain how much $500 billion is. That's more than the working capital of like many countries combined. And it shouldn't be concentrated in a single person's hands or a single entity's hands. I believe that. And so I'm concerned by the accumulation of wealth. I'm concerned about the sports washing. I'm concerned about the cultural mores. I'm concerned about all these things. But there is another angle that I want to say to put out there to be fair. And this is for the investors and for EA itself. The board has approved this deal. But as Hogue and I were talking about, there are ways that it can be disrupted. The investors could rebel and ultimately refuse to sell. And there could be lawsuits from the government and stuff, which I don't think would happen because there's really no antitrust law or antitrust infringements here or whatever. But my big question for this is, why sell now? I feel like they're undervalued considering what they might be on the cusp of doing, and why I think that this buyout is aimed right now in this moment. Battlefield can end up being very big. And it's weird to me that you would want to bail out before you know the outcome. Now, it's risky because Battlefield can go fucking south and ruin the deal. And no doubt it's attractive because there is a viable, although probably part-time Call of Duty competitor here, because the only way you can really compete with Call of Duty is to go yearly. But at least for this year, there's going to be a Call of Duty competitor. And that's something that Hogue and I were going into as well, which was just like, if I were an investor, I'd be like, I don't know, man. Like, 25% premium, awesome. I might have bought my shares at $70. I'm going to cash out at 210. I might own 10,000 shares. I mean, it's an enormous amount of money to say no to. And you got to think twice about that. But it's like, but if I hold it, EA just experienced in August its all-time high. It said it in the letter itself. So I wonder what everyone's appetite is. Hogue was saying, and I think reasonably so, 25% is a nice markup, and people are there's probably gonna be very little problem selling. But I'd be interested to know if there, especially any large holders like that own a fraction of a percent or a percent or whatever in these different funds, because you hear about from these people every once in a while, like, will they come out and say something about this, or are they just kind of all down because it's a lot of liquid capital right now that they can put into something else? But I just feel like it's a weird time to sell.
Yeah.
That's like a tertiary concern, but that's my
view. If anything, it's a weird one to specifically just because like of the entities that you would imagine are in dire straits enough to want to sell, like EA's probably like EA's not even really at the top of that list. Like I would have imagined like Ubisoft is in dire need of like, someone to come in.
Well, they got it already.
Right. I guess so. Doesn't feel that way. I feel like Ubisoft still kind of feels kind of off, but yeah, EA still has that bad reputation from like the late 2000s, like kind of following them around in certain circles. There are definitely people who are playing games who just weren't even around for that period of time and don't even really know anything about it, who don't really carry that. But I would say like in the last like 7 years, they've kind of, not to say that they're like an amazing company, but like they've definitely done a lot of work to shed that in some way. Like obviously BioWare's fallen pretty hard, but I mean, even just take, what is it? I just said it. It Takes Two alone was kind of like a weird, like it's an interesting thing to put out as a studio like that. and that entire studio with Joseph Fares and Battlefield kind of coming back. I don't know. It just seems they don't feel like they need this.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, again, it's a way for people to cash out, bring the company private. Sure. They're gonna streamline it. People are gonna get laid off. That's the thing with BioWare. People are like, oh, they're not gonna want like the gaze of BioWare anymore. And I'm like, no, they're just probably gonna shut BioWare down though, because it's
they haven't.
The last relevant BioWare game was 13 years ago. It's over. You know.
There's been many relevant. A lot of their games have been irrelevant, not in the way that they would necessarily want.
Well, there's Dragon Age Inquisition. So let's say Dragon Age Inquisition was because Anthem was not. Anthem died and Dragon Age died.
Yeah, I mean Anthem died, but Anthem was. If there's anything you could say about Anthem, is that it was very relevant.
Oh yeah, sure.
When Anthem came out, that was one of the more relevant things that you could probably talk about. But they've struck out, I would say, like 3 times in a row at this point, on track for another, I don't know, fourth. They're in a fourth times the charm kind of situation now, where it's just like they might look at it and be like, yeah, let's cut our losses with this, which I would not be surprised at. But yeah,
I think it's a weird move. I agree. It's like you just released the 2nd edition of college football, which is arguably the biggest game in the United States. Which is dominating, absolutely dominating. You have Madden, which is a dominant force. And then you have the 2 together that you sell in a bundle, which is a dominant force. It's often, when those games are all available, it's usually 1, 2, and 3 in the sales charts, like the bundle and then the 2 games a la carte. It's crazy. You have Battlefield coming up. I would just hold my cards and just be like, we'll let's talk next year and see where the stock of EA is then. That's what I would do. I mean, I would believe that, like, but who am I to say? It's like, who am I to poo-poo that much money? It's obviously life-altering money for many of the people that are going to cash out, including a lot of people at EA that probably have options. So
yeah,
I don't know how deep that goes there, but there are probably a lot of people excited about EA. I am at EA for this deal, but I am also interested in their own mentality about you are working for an oppressive moneyed regime, basically. It is a little bit of a weird thing, but if you can just... Listen, dude, there are many companies, like look at Riot. Riot is 100% Chinese owned and no one gives a fuck that works there. There are thousands of people in the United States that work there and they don't give a fuck. So, and by the way, it's up to you to care or not, but
sure. Yeah.
But I think that might cause a little bit of a complication. I know there have been some stories about it, but there is that wrinkle. It's going to be very hard to explain this stuff away. This is why I just think being consistent in your principles is easy, because then you don't have to kind of squirrel out of these sorts of things. Just don't interact economically with these systems and you don't have to worry about it. And if you do, then you do. Now, so I don't really buy EA games, but occasionally I do. And that's not going to stop me from buying an EA game. So am I part of the problem? Sure. If that's what makes you feel good. I think the last EA game I played was Immortals of Avium. And I think the next one, I might be missing one in there somewhere, and the next one will be Plants vs. Zombies. So, which comes out in a couple of weeks. Is there anything else left to be said about this? We have another letter, but we already went through so much of this. I'm going to delete this too. Sorry, guys. Dustin, do you have anything you want to add?
I have a question for you guys, because Chris brought this up earlier. But what do we do? Chris, it sounded like earlier that you're hard out on EA now, and I find that interesting, because often when we've talked about tough decisions we make with purchasing, everyone has to find their line, right? And sometimes, like for Battlefield, it's like I don't like that this is where my money's going to go now. I have to make the decision: do I still buy it? Do I not buy it? I don't know the answer. But you indicated earlier that you might be out.
Well, I mean, I said this about Metal Slug when SNK was purchased by, I think, what the fuck was it? I know it was Saudi Arabia, but like, what was the?
I think it's the same. I think it's Savvy Games.
Savvy.
Yeah, it was the same. It was the same thing. I'm just
Playmore or whatever. The I think that's what it was.
Right. Yeah, and so like I was like, well, I guess I can't interact with that. The thing for me is, it's like, it's one thing if you're interacting with a government that is, every government, you can make very good arguments to suggest that the American government isn't all that much better than certain places elsewhere. Like the shit that we engage in overseas, particularly, is pretty fucked. But like, I think there's a distinct difference between like, you know, dealing with a company that happens to exist like in a country that is lorded over by a government that also does bad shit. I think there's like a difference between that and like this, where like the investment is so direct, where like it's like this guy specifically has like an actual interest in gaming, is the reason, like Colin said, that this is likely going through, is undoubtedly directly like seeing like moneyed benefits from these interactions. Like, I don't know, it's hard because, you know, it's a dude who kills journalists. Like, you got that Khashoggi situation. There's not enough degrees of separation for me personally to feel like, oh, I guess I'll just buy it and not think about it. It's like, no, I'm going to be thinking about it. I'm going to be thinking about the fact that like I'm buying this from a guy who chopped up a journalist essentially and put him in a fucking bag. I'm just like, I don't know. Again, it's one thing when a government exists over it, and it's just kind of like, it's like you can imagine that like a lot of companies in China, like the people in charge of like the government over there aren't like sitting there being like, they aren't clued into everything at quite as they're just kind of collecting everything. You know what I mean? They're just like, oh, that's coming in from that area. That's coming in from this area. This feels so direct that I just can't, I don't know. It feels uncomfortable for me. If I happen across a copy of Battlefield that I didn't pay for or whatever, I guess I'll play it. I don't have any objection to that because ultimately it's still a game that's built, you know, it's not like it was built under the regime or anything. But I feel weird about buying these things now. And that's just my line. Everybody's going to have a different line. And sure. people could even make the case that like, oh, well, there really is no difference between this and China. It's like, you probably could be right. But I also don't really engage with much Tencent stuff either, you know? So it's unfortunate because I was really looking forward to it, but there's other stuff to play. There's a ton actually. So it is what it is. If anything, it kind of just helps me focus.
Yeah, I'm not so strict as to be able to say that I'll never buy a game from a certain publisher or developer. It's like we were saying with limited run games. It's like I just want to. I'm actively limiting my participation in their particular markets, and I keep it in mind. And by the way, it's hysterical that we're wearing these hats while we're talking about this.
It is, yeah. I think it works.
Yeah, it's fine. So anyway, that's happened. It is what it is. Go listen to the Sacred Symbols Plus episode with Hogue to get more of a legal and financial deep analysis on all of the rest, as well as our thoughts there. You'll get a lot more information, but certainly the big news of the week in our industry. A lot of people upset about it. It is what it is. No one cares. No one cares. It's money.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they want. Okay. I thought this next one was interesting. I just wanted to bring this up. Push Square wrote the story. It says, Sony is a terrible company that's blowing it in the games business, says Michael Pachter. And they write, quote, business analyst Michael Pachter seemingly really has it in for Sony, as he's now said it's a terrible company that is currently blowing it in the games business. This is followed on from suggestions he made last month of clueless management that doesn't know what it's doing. The latest comments were made during an interview with Yahoo Finance as part of a discussion around the news of an EA acquisition from 3 partners. Pachter believes connected TV is the future, and when talking of any further acquisitions, the analyst responded the following to the idea of buying Sony. Quote, no, Sony for sure not. Sony is a terrible company. They actually are blowing it in the games business. Games are moving to connected TV, so think about all the participants that are going to deliver the way we get movies via Netflix. Forget the subscription model. Just think about iOS becoming on your TV. So free-to-play games on your TV. Who is going to deliver that? Cloud providers, AI, end quote. Dustin, what are your thoughts on Michael Pachter over the years? Famous business analyst, obviously, a well-known name in the game space for 25 years at least.
I have to give some level of deep respect to Michael Pachter because growing up, probably when I was even in junior high, I would watch on GameTrailers.com Pachter Factor.
Mm-hmm.
And I attribute watching those videos as one of the reasons I became interested in video games outside of just playing games, getting interested in the business. And so he has like almost like a nostalgia for me in learning about the business and at a pretty young age, right? With that being said, I think they're still doing Factor, or it's called something different.
Yeah,
over
it's on Sifted. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on Sifted. And yeah, I don't want this to come off as any kind of like super disrespect towards them, but I recently watched one of these videos and it was so blatantly wrong, and not from an opinion. I'm not saying his opinion was wrong. He was factually incorrect because they were talking about Switch game key cards and games that are that the game isn't on the disc, right? His argument was that publishers didn't want to put the game on the disc because it would get rid of the resale value. And that's not true. The game doesn't redeem on a disc like that. Like Call of Duty is an example where they've done it where it's not on the disc. Those games install, but it's not like that locks permanently to your account. We all know this. That you can then take that disc, you can trade it in, you can let a friend borrow it or whatever. And I was like, why did no one tell him before they published this video? Or just, I don't get it. And over the years, we've seen these types of statements where it's like, what wasn't he big on what year was this, like a while ago, where it's like, oh, consoles are going to die.
Yeah, that was in the PS3
Phones. Era. I believe he was kind of a champion of that, but I don't want to.
No, he was. I think he said the PS3 would be the final PlayStation console at one point.
Right. So yeah, Yahoo Finance, and I mean, clearly he still is doing what he does is as an analyst, but it's like, I don't get it.
He's an analyst for an organization called Wedbush Securities, and he must be decent at his job. It's not because he doesn't only focus on games. He focuses on just like tech and entertainment generally. And he's like, so it's a wealth management firm, and they obviously have a bunch of experts that look to invest in all these different spaces. And then they kind of speak and pontificate about those areas of expertise, and people buy into their fund. So they have to make money. So to be fair to Michael Pachter, like, he would simply not be in his position if he was bad at what he did. It's just that he does say he doesn't seem to have a great, and he says a lot. So it's what I say all the time. Like, I get things wrong all the time. I'm like always talking. Going to get a lot of things wrong, but he's gotten some really big things wrong. And I think it's just directionally incorrect on a lot of things that he says. I find Sony being a target weird right now, to be kind of weird just from the perspective of Sony is murdering by their own, it's all relative, obviously. For instance, Microsoft's a much bigger company than Sony, but they're doing a great job. PlayStation 5 is killing. They're making more revenue and more profit than ever right now. It's just kind of a weird, you'd think you would have a little more humility in some sense to be like, maybe I don't quite understand what's going on here. But I just found it an interesting comment, and I wanted to bring it up because go ahead.
Let's take this a step further, Colin, because it's true. Yeah. Sony's killing it right now in terms of across the board PlayStation 5 console business. But let's even take it from the angle that he's talking about, which is this idea. He says games are moving to connected TV. So the idea of streaming a game to your TV or whatever. It's true that PlayStation doesn't have like a TV app that you get on your smart TV like Xbox does. But in terms of streaming, they're not behind. In fact, if you have the higher tier of PlayStation Plus, there's like, not always, but consistently when I'm going games, it's like, you can stream this game. You can stream it on your PlayStation. You can stream it on your Portal. So yeah, they don't necessarily want that to be the primary way people interface with PlayStation. But to say they're not prepared to pivot in the situation where it's like, okay, people don't want consoles anymore. It's like they have the streaming infrastructure. They're ready to go. And in fact, I would argue, in my experience in Butler, Pennsylvania, PlayStation game streaming is way better than Xbox's. Now, is that a server-related issue? More than likely. But I found that it has way less latent, it's more responsive, better visuals, whatever. So to say they're like super behind in that just doesn't connect to me.
Yeah, I generally agree, because that's what I've heard. It's not the way I would play games, but I've heard that as well, that basing the technology or the the fidelity of the technologies, it seems like Sony is actually doing decently well and has been invested in that for a long time. I mean, going all the way back to Gaikai and trying to, they understand where things are, I think, going, but I think things are going so much slower that they're kind of well positioned to be a player in both worlds and are a player in both worlds. Chris, does it strike you as preposterous to say that Sony is a terrible company blowing it in the games business? Doesn't seem like they're blowing it too much with their 80 million units sold and their all-time high revenue.
Yeah, that seems like a weird take. I think it almost comes across like he's just kind of eager for us to get out of the cycle so that he could finally be right about like consoles dying. I do think consoles will die. Like I think that is,
I do too.
That is true eventually. I thought it would happen earlier than this. Although I didn't think it was going to happen with PS4 or anything. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's a weird way to talk about this. I do think if you're looking at streaming, there's an argument to be made about, because like I have the kind of opposite experience with Dustin, where like PS Now or whatever you want to call it, the PlayStation streaming has been kind of rough for me. But like whenever I tried to do like the Xbox streaming, it works. Granted, it's always like it's choppy for both of them, but like it's more. I found it more consistently playable on the Xbox app back when I was using it. Granted, it's been a while since I've even bothered with it, but I don't know. I feel like Sony's pretty well positioned to. It's almost like they're in a good position to react in an agile way wherever, like, to whatever sea changes happen. I feel like they've got a really strong console business. They've got a really strong traditional business, and they've really got a strong case there. But they're also they've got enough of a foot in this kind of digital world where, like, if they needed to pivot, I think they could. And I think they could do it meaningfully and in a way that doesn't really leave the other angle of their business out to dry. I feel like Xbox is probably technically better positioned in some way, but like they're also really putting a lot of, they're more unbalanced. Like they're more deep into that, the app on the TV, game streaming, all that stuff. They're more in that pocket. And so I think they're like leaning into something that may or may not be the case. They might be too early for a lot of the things that they're trying to do. Which is kind of a danger. It's par for the course for Microsoft to be too early to something. But because they're leaning so heavily in that direction now, it really is a toss-up as to how the industry goes. Like, if the industry does tilt in that favor, then Microsoft is going to be in a pretty good position. But there's a chance that they've leaned in far too early, and it actually takes longer. In which case, if it does take longer, Sony's actually in a more beneficial position because they still have the strong, traditional model, and they're able to kind of pivot if they need to. So like that's how I would look at it. But I don't know. I don't know much about Michael Pachter. I think I've heard his name every now and again. I'm sure we brought him up on the show.
Yeah, he has like a very mixed reputation. You don't hear about him too much anymore. 10, 15 years ago, more than that, you would hear about him all the time.
Yeah, I never. I don't know.
And Wedbush Security still goes. You can go to wedbush.com and look at their portfolio if you want. But he's had a lot of bad predictions. I mean, it's like he said that, I think he said Xbox One would outsell PS4. That was obviously preposterous. That was in the second Xbox One was even revealed. That was impossible. So
yeah, was that prediction made after the reveal?
Yeah, it was.
That's crazy. Because I could have seen that happening like before we knew anything about it. Because they were running off a pretty good inertia from the 360. Even if PS3 did outtake it in the end, it was kind of like people still had like a lot of loyalty. But I did, like, for certain. I was like, and then I remember the reveal being like, why would you do this? I think about that all the time, man. That reveal for the Xbox One is so legendary, and how that's the biggest little domino in the world.
Yeah, it's
probably.
Yeah,
like, is that reveal trailer? It's like because they could have. I don't know how you feel about it, Colin, but like I earnestly feel like the order in which they did it fucked them. Because I actually think like, because they did their like console reveal and how like, oh, it's fucking football in a cable box, and then 3 weeks later it was E3 where they focused their entire showcase on exclusively games,
right?
Where it's like, I almost wonder, it's like, damn, if you would just reorganize this.
Yeah.
Where like you had E3 first, and then it would have had a lot of problems because it would have been
Right.
like, the Kinect would have been an egregious inclusion, but it wouldn't have at least had the first impression of being a cable box.
Right.
And instead it would have had like the secondary, like, oh, look at all this secondary stuff you can do, instead of it being like the first way to, you know what I mean? First impressions are everything. And they fucked themselves over so hard. It's so crazy.
There was also all this stuff about the
DRM. Yeah.
The DRM. Yeah. And,
I'm not saying it would have been like fixed, but
Well,
I do think like the order.
I agree with you, just because it would have shown what was most important, and that would have, and it just seemed like what was most important was the secondary and tertiary functionality of the machine, which was connecting it to ESPN and using Kinect. And so I actually agree with you. I mean, I think it could have set things off, but they would have still never executed on the plan. So it would have been better in the beginning. I think he was saying after a year, PS4 would be outsold by Xbox One, which is nowhere near being right. But I think his biggest prediction recently that was like nonsensical was when he was saying that, I think it was a few years ago, that Game Pass would reach 200 million subscribers. It's like, you're delusional. I remember even at the time being like, just absolutely delusional. That's like that's twice as much as Microsoft's rosiest expectation. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's a ridiculous thing to say. So, but I've been wrong too. I'm not beating him up for any of those things. What I'm beating him up for is saying that Sony is a terrible company blowing it in the games business, when Sony is basically the gold standard of how it's done in the core games business. Like, not for nothing. I know we're a PlayStation podcast and all the rest, but give me a break.
Well, you could maybe make the argument that Nintendo is technically.
Yeah, but not on a money basis. I mean, I guess that's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah,
he's talking about revenue. I mean, PlayStation makes so much more money than Nintendo does.
No, that's true. Yeah,
but Nintendo doesn't spend as much, and they have a smaller footprint, and they get a lot more out of a lot less. I mean, when you think about, they have the best-selling hardware. But it's just because you don't make money on hardware. And
I think I'm looking at it more on like a granular, like the attach rate from software to hardware kind of thing. But
what he doesn't,
I guess if that's not what he's talking about, then like, it's weird. It's weird for him to single out Sony as like as the one that doesn't get it.
Well, the thing about Nintendo is that they can't scale to what PlayStation is doing because they are just not the default third-party platform, and they don't have the technological heft to be that, and they don't really want to be that. They're a viable and vibrant indie community with a lot of amazing first-party games that sell preposterous amounts of units. But without that Fortnite money and all the 30% rips, it's not to say people don't play that stuff on Switch. It's just that's not the primary platform for any of those games. PlayStation is, and PC. And so just that money going through the system, in other words, Nintendo probably makes it a substantial amount more money on their own games than Sony does. But it's outbalanced by just the fact that most people aren't playing their games. So I don't know. It's neither here nor there. I just wanted to bring that up because I thought it was an interesting talking point. And thank you, Michael Pachter, for sounding off. All right, I was curious what you guys thought of this. This comes from Video Games Chronicle. They write, Sony is reportedly set to release an updated PS5 DualSense controller with a removable battery, and it will replace the existing models. They write, quote, Polish site ppe.pl says Sony is working on a revised version of the PlayStation 5 Pro along with a revised DualSense controller. The site cites its source as Grazdari, who it says correctly revealed that Microsoft Flight Simulator was coming to PS5 and leaked the box version of the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered. According to the source, the new DualSense controller, known internally as the DualSense V3, will launch in November and will feature a removable battery. Although this hasn't been clarified in more detail, the wording appears to suggest that this doesn't mean the ability to use AA batteries, but rather a rechargeable battery, similar to that already in the current DualSense controllers, with the ability to replace it with a new one or potentially one with a higher capacity if needed. The report says the revised DualSense will be released in November and will replace the DualSense controllers currently on sale at retailers. As for the revised PlayStation 5 Pro, the report suggests it will be a minor revision, which will use 3% less power than the current model and will include one of the revised DualSense controllers. Dustin, what's this all about?
Yeah, if this is true, which it sounds like it, this is fantastic news. In the, it feels weird to say retro world, but with PlayStation 3 controllers, if you're in the market for one, the problem is often that the battery in them is shot or just not very good. And so you can't go and replace it, which is very annoying. This is one thing about Xbox controllers, as loud as they may fucking be.
Oh my God, they're so fucking loud. The clicking. Stop with the clicking.
Yeah. They're just, you can replace the battery. in them, which is great. So being able to do that with a DualSense is awesome. Especially, I would hope they would do it with the Edge as well, because it's like, man, you spend $200 on this controller, someday the battery's going to die in this thing or not be as good, just because there's no battery that lasts forever. They get old, they need to be replaced. Everyone knows this with their phones, right? You check the battery health on your phone. Same with the controller. So this is good from a consumer perspective that it's replaceable. Obviously, the DualSense still has problems, particularly with its sticks, that I would have rather seen that fixed first and foremost, but we'll take what we can get. I'm sure Sony is happy to sell you an official battery for your DualSense. But there'll probably be third party ones as well. But I think it's good. I'm curious to see how it's implemented, whether it's going to be like a typical, like a latch or a shell or whatever, or if this is going to be something where, not that you need like to be able to like fully tear it apart, because you technically could replace the battery in a regular DualSense, but it's going to be annoying as fuck. So I wonder if it's going to be like that, if it's going to be like think of like a Nintendo DS where you have to get a little screwdriver and take it out. So curious about the mechanics, but overall, it's a win.
What do you think? I'm sorry, Chris. A new DualSense controller with a removable battery. I must say, from a perspective of changing the batteries out on the fly, it's cool, but I would never need that because I don't use the controller that much where it would die in one use. But the idea, I guess, of keeping your controller alive and vibrant for a longer period of time is certainly tantalizing.
Yeah, I mean, this is I've always gotten flack for this whenever I would stream, because I would always say like, no, I prefer having a battery that I can take out, because again, like I remember a really early experience I had with PS3 where like, I don't know if like the battery shorted out or something, but like I couldn't, like it just wouldn't hold a charge, and it was like a relatively new controller and I couldn't really do anything about it. And I remember just being like, well, this is really lame, because I know exactly how I would ameliorate this if I could. And it always stuck around with me, like even with PS4, like I never had the issue with PS4 or PS5 or anything, but like I remember thinking about it, it's just like, man, that is a really annoying situation. And it's not really it I don't know, like I just remember feeling like it's not a worse controller for having that modularity. You know, like they're not worse for having that flexibility. So I think it's cool. I'm into it. I can see for DualSense in particular why this would be useful, because like I have two controllers specifically that I just kind of like charge alternatively. I'll just, this ran out of battery, I'll switch to the other one. But that's how I have to do it because I don't have the availability of extra batteries. So it wouldn't really make much of a difference to me, but it's valuable just for the prospect of longevity and modularity. I think it's cool. It's better than having something just. It reminds me of like when the phones became that way. Do you remember when like it got to the point where like, I remember the transition point where like, oh, you can't take the battery out of the phone, and I remember just being like, this is worse. Like it's sleek and whatever, but like this is worse. And that's how I always felt about the PlayStation controllers post PS3. And going backwards is kind of nice. I don't mind it at all.
I'm looking up. I never really look at my battery health. What is it? How do you? I see it here.
On your phone
settings.
Yeah, I see. I'm in the battery health and charging service. Maximum capacity 80%.
Mine is, I think, close to that.
That's fine.
My maximum capacity is 86.
Yeah, so you're beating me.
Mine's 83.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll deal with that, I guess. I will say, I mean, it's cool. I will say two things, because I like to buy a new DualSense every year or so. I've never experienced like a battery getting worse on a controller noticeably, because I just like to replace it with get that nice tight new controller, clean controller. But I'm a little surprised by how friendly this is. It seems like Sony just makes more money if they just don't do this. And it's actually kind of straight. It's like, fuck you, buy a new controller. Instead they're making it easy to buy, either I guess their own batteries or some alternate battery, and they'll make some money there too. But I'm surprised. I actually am just surprised by it. It's nice.
Yeah, it is friendly, but it is in my estimation, it is more likely that your sticks are going to go bad on your DualSense than the battery, at least in the current time frame.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nice, but the major problem is still there.
Yeah.
Another piece of hardware news, this is not anything we can need to linger on, but it also comes from Video Games Chronicle. And I just thought it was interesting is that, so they've kind of brought in this new revised down from a terabyte to 825 gigabytes, the PS5 Digital Edition Slim model. But they actually have a visual difference between them. We don't have to put it in the show, but for you guys to see, they have a picture here of them standing together. And they got rid of the glossiness on the console. It's now all matte. And I got to say, big improvement. Huge improvement visually.
It's way better.
Yeah.
So I wanted just to bring that in there because I think the white plate at the top is now matte. And then, that black middle part is now matte. And I'm like, oh, that's so much sexier. And cleaner. No fingerprints.
Mm-hmm. No scratches.
No scratches. I don't know why you would have either fingerprints or scratches on it, but you could.
But, dude, it just happens.
Yeah, it does.
If you have to move or take your PS5 anywhere one time, it's going to get scratched.
So just wanted to point that out. I thought that was interesting because they didn't, this thing kind of just got pooped out by Sony. They never really acknowledged it. And it could be another cost-cutting thing. I don't know. Maybe it's cheaper to make these matte pieces of plastic. And when you're making millions of these consoles, I'm sure that begins to add up.
Yeah. It's crazy that glossy is more expensive despite the fact that it clearly sucks.
It does suck. And I don't know if it really is more expensive or not. I think it is. Okay, let's get into the, Chris, this is your news here. So it seems like, according to the Games Leaks and Rumors subreddit, that Prototype is being remastered. And the evidence is, I think, fairly definitive. This user here, and they have images of it. It says that the credits have been updated for the game. That Iron Galaxy Studios is now included. They're one of the Spyro remaster, and they've done a bunch of shit. But it says that here they're now in the credits, and there are lots of other new names in the credits from Activision Studios. And I put in here a different link too because it was noted that last year, Prototype 1 and 2 did find themselves on the Australian Classification Ratings Board as if they were coming out again. So it could be that both Prototype 1 and Prototype 2 are being remastered, maybe together. Prototype 1, of course, came out in 2009, and the sequel, Prototype 2, came out in 2012. These are kind of open world-esque supervillain sort of games where you're mutating and morphing and killing and doing a lot of, people really liked them. And they were made by Radical, which no longer exists. In fact, I think Prototype 2 was their last game. They worked on Destiny 1, I think, as well as an outside studio, but they're done. So I'm not a huge fan of Prototype. I wrote the strategy guide actually for Prototype 1, and I got the Platinum in Prototype 2, so I did play it extensively. But these were Activision published games, so these are under the umbrella at Microsoft now. And I wouldn't be surprised if they were just spooling something up. These games can probably do pretty appreciably. There seems to be a lot of revision around these games because people always liked them. Obviously, there was a sequel, but I think people always found them as being a little bit imperfect. And now I think over time, history has been somewhat kind to them. Chris, it seems like you've willed another thing into existence. We have no information on this, but this is pretty definitive. I don't know why you would update your, so Iron Galaxy and Beanox specifically are in the credits now for the games. What are your thoughts?
Right. Very weird, because I feel like maybe it's been a while, and in retrospect, it must have been a while, but didn't they came to PS4 natively? I think in 2017? Maybe 18, something like that. Like I feel like they came natively.
Yeah, it says here 2015.
Oh, so even earlier. Yeah, so I'm curious what this could be. I've always been. Prototype has like a pandemic games kind of feel to it. Like there's a lot of people talk about like, oh, what great games do, like what perfect games from like earlier generations would you want remade, or people even talk about that with movies. And the more interesting conversation to me is like, what games that were pretty good but not perfect should be brought forward and given that extra You know what I mean? Like given the extra time to maybe realize what they could have been. Not to say that this is what it's going to be. This is obviously going to be just a pretty standard remaster of the type that we're kind of used to now. But I've always been of the mind that like there's something special with Prototype that was not fully realized necessarily with what the games are. And I always appreciated like the potential of it. Like there's something about it. Like it feels like a Carnage simulator, like a Spider-Man villain simulator. And that was always very cool to me. And I always felt like there was more to it than that, or that it could be extracted for more than what it was extracted for. I feel the same way with Destroy All Humans as well. Like I just think there's like it's a great premise there, and I feel like with the right time and attention, like there could be something really, really, really special beyond it. But I mean, cool. I'm down to check it out. I have a fondness for Prototype. I don't think it's even remotely perfect as a video game. I think it's got a lot of weird jank. There's something endearing now, especially in 2025 of just, we're in like kind of like a post meta ironic state now. And I just feel like there's a level of earnestness in how cool Prototype thinks it is. And I think that kind of loops around from being like cringe inducing to just kind of being cool again. It's kind of like how I felt about the first Watch Dogs as well. Like that first Watch Dogs took itself like very seriously.
It did.
And, and a lot of people were like, oh, this is too serious or whatever. And then the second game tried to go like it tried to ride like, I don't know, this Rick and Morty ass, like, like, oh, it's not that serious. It was still grounded somewhat, but it was more wacky. And I feel like it actually lost something in doing that. And so I don't know, I'm down to have like a hooded, edgy protagonist kind of running around, changing his arm into blades and shit. It's cool. I don't know. I'm looking forward to it. Whatever the fuck this is. It's weird to me that they updated the old credits. Because that seems to indicate that it is just kind of like an Oblivion style thing, maybe at most. I don't know if you're going to get that much of an improved experience compared to like the base PS or like the brought forward PS4 version, maybe better performance. I wonder if they're going to maybe throw it into Unreal 5 or something, maybe give it that extra pop. I think that would be probably wise, maybe, but although maybe not because the engine's so shit, apparently. I don't know. We'll see what this ends up being, but I have a fondness for Prototype, and I never actually played Prototype 2 at all for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know why I did play it, but I did.
Curious.
I don't really remember Prototype 2 comparable to Prototype 1, but
yeah,
Radical was such an interesting studio because they were basically just making a lot of random sports games. Like they made Brett Hull hockey in the 90s, which I liked and stuff, but it wasn't until they got their hands on The Simpsons that they became a more notable. They made Road Rage in 2001, and then of course Hit and Run, which people love
I would love to see that
in 2003
brought forward.
And then they did a bunch of like the late Crash games too. And that was like right before they went into Prototype. And then they were going to do Prototype 3, or at least that was the plan, and they got shut down. So
they did, if I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but they did that Hulk game as well, right? Like Hulk's
Hulk 2003 Hulk, the movie game.
I think it's Hulk's Ultimate Destruction. I swear to God, if they didn't make that,
they did. They did. Yeah, they made two Hulk games. They made Hulk in 2003 and Hulk Ultimate Destruction in 2005.
Dude, Hulk Ultimate Destruction was awesome, but that game was also basically just Prototype with the Hulk.
It has good reviews on Metacritic, 84.
It's fucking cool, man. Like you could turn cars into gloves so that you could punch things even harder. It's ridiculous. It's absolute nonsense, but it was fucking cool. And it feels very much like Prototype. Like I remember playing Prototype and I was like, is this Hulk's Ultimate Destruction? And you look back at it and it's like, oh, there's like a through line there.
Jean-Benet Ramsey's brother wrote in. I think his name was Burke. Hey crew, I read we may be getting a Prototype remaster in the near future. I understand the financial incentives behind similar remakes and remasters, but are there other incentives for these developers and publishers? Keeping the source code current, returning the well-liked mechanics, maybe even reintroducing a concept that was ignored in a different console generation? Do devs and publishers even think of these as reasons to remaster or remake a game? They probably do, but I really do think that a lot of the reason, there's an obvious reason you do this, which is to make a little bit of money. You're not going to make an enormous amount of money, but it could be like a test bed to see if things come back or if you could revive something as well. So I think there's very little to lose to go back and kind of reorganize a game, modernize it a little bit, get it out there, maybe do some museum content and all the rest to give it a little bit of pop, and then see. It's like the best kind of data you'll get. And these games are, but then again, as Chris has already said, like Prototype and Prototype 1, or Prototype 1 and Prototype 2 rather, are already playable on PS4. So PS5, you could just play them now. Dustin, what are your thoughts here? Are you a Prototype fan? I don't recall.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever played Prototype. I may have played a demo for one at some point, so I don't really have any experience. The most interesting thing about this story to me is just that it was discovered, from my understanding, I'm looking at a Video Game Chronicle article, that it was discovered because there was an update on Steam that broke a mod, that the mod was designed to, from the VGC article, fix some of the issues encountered while running the game on modern PCs. So very weird. It sounds like because they're updating the old game that this isn't going to be anything crazy. Just because I would imagine if it was going to be an Oblivion level remaster, that it would be an entirely new thing. Like, why would you even be fucking with the old Steam version?
Right.
So maybe it will be some kind of larger update that makes the game run on modern PCs much better, and an update for PlayStation 5. I'm not sure. This is a very weird situation mechanically of this leak.
Yeah, I want to be clear. When I was talking about like the Oblivion thing, I was like, that's the most it could be.
Right.
Like, it's not. We're not looking at like a Final Fantasy VII remake. You know what I mean? Tier like recreation of Prototype. And I think ultimately it is going to be just like,
that'd be so ridiculous if they did.
That would be insane. I think ultimately it's just going to be like maybe like an up-res, maybe a performance boost, maybe some changes to light. Maybe they'll fuck with Unreal Engine in some way. Like I don't really know, but it is weird that they would go back and fuck with the credits of an existing game. Like I feel like I can't remember if that's happened before. I'm sure it has, but like the frequency by which it does happen, I would imagine is pretty sparse. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
All right. Prototype, RIP in peace for now. We might see a revival soon enough. A couple of more pieces of news we can move through pretty quickly. Forza Horizon 6 was announced at Tokyo Game Show. We talked a little bit about that, but they've confirmed that the game will not be coming to PlayStation 5 day and date. If you go to the Xbox Wire to read about it, you'll see that at the bottom, they don't talk about PlayStation at all. And then at the very, very bottom in italics, it says Forza Horizon 6 will launch first on Xbox consoles and PC in 2026. With the excitement for this franchise on other platforms, Playground Games and Turn 10 Studios are also working together to bring Forza Horizon 6 to PlayStation 5 post-launch. And they'll have more details to share about the game generally early in 2026. Terrorist Jerry wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, am I the only one confused by Xbox's decision to make Forza Horizon 6 a timed exclusive? Horizon 5 sold over 3 million units on PS5 almost 4 years after its initial release. Why wouldn't Xbox want to capitalize on the massive Forza PlayStation fan base on day one? I understand that the game will likely sell millions of units on PS5 anyway, but I just feel like the collective consciousness moves on so quickly, it might be best to capitalize on the hype immediately instead of months down the road. To me, timed exclusivity seems to contradict their supposed focus on becoming a dominant third-party publisher. Am I looking at things too simply?" Dustin, what do you think of this? Why not bring it day and date? What do you think? Do you think it's motivated by the game simply won't be ready and they don't have the resources to get it ready for PS5, or is there something deeper?
There may be some element that they're just focusing all their efforts on the Xbox version and then the PC version first. Honestly, I don't really know. Now, I know that I don't want to get into the next question too much because Microsoft has had a bit of a on-off strategy with different ways of how they're releasing their games to PlayStation 5. There's clearly some level of protection where they understand that exclusives are important to their platform. But the way that they're treating their platform, for reasons we're going to get into later in the questions, comments, and concerns, thoughts, and ideas, it's kind of like I don't even know what they're doing at this point. If they're really after being the largest third-party publisher and they know how much there is to make on PlayStation, then just do it. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe the idea is that they released Forza Horizon 5 on PlayStation. PlayStation fans, a lot of them maybe never had a taste of that franchise, and now they're all in. And they're hoping that some of these people, that this game will be enough to get them over to an Xbox. But for what, $800? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I think the barrier is too big at this point.
I think my personal opinion on this is I think it's maybe deeper on the marketing level, is that because Forza Horizon 5 did so well, it will be one of the top 20 selling games, I think, in the States for the year, which is crazy. The game came out in 2021, and that's going to be based only on the sales on one console. I think they might have looked at it and said, like, we can just get the marketing pop again. Like,
right.
like why? Like, there's one built-in advantage, which, like, our people, like, it's actually a win-win situation for us from their perspective, where they're like, we get our game from our first-party studio that's really popular on our platform. It looks like it's a timed exclusive. It is a timed exclusive. That kind of shuts our people up, and we can focus on making those the best versions they can possibly be. And then in 6 months or a year, we'll just release it again and have the best of both worlds, spread it through different quarters. It makes a little bit of sense to me. But I think that you could, it's Chris, it's what we always say. It's like, should fair games come to Xbox immediately? It's like, well, yeah, the trade-off is simple. You either get a bigger pop immediately or you get a second pop later. You have to decide like what you want. What are your thoughts here on Forza Horizon 6 potential? Well, not potentially, it will not be on PS5 day and date.
Well, I had the same exact kind of thought process as you, where I was just like, I assume that this is going to be like, they're going to extract as much value out of the people that they have. And actually, a lot of people are probably like, the price hikes. I mean, there's no good way to spin the price hikes, but there's also like the idea of just like, oh shit, if you bought a Series X at launch, like suddenly you're technically a pretty good investment, you know. So you're probably looking at it as like, oh, all right, this is expensive machine now. I want to use this thing. You have a lot of people who are already there who you're going to deliver this big IP to. And you get the second pop. Forza Horizon will deliver, you know. Like, I mean, these games rarely, if ever, miss. So there's not really much worry about like it coming out in like a fucked state, really, in comparison to other games. So, like, I guess my feeling is that they know they're going to get that second pop, so they might as well just get it. It's kind of how I read it.
There's one other inquiry we have here about this. SL wrote in, said, hello, Sacred Crew. Pardon the second question, but I just got through this week's episode. I didn't know if you submitted a first question. I don't really look at the names until I read the questions. So you got one by the goalie. I'm not sure I understand Colin. Jesus Christ. I'm not sure that's my own name. I'm not sure I understand Colin's confusion regarding Xbox's multi-platform release strategy. Thus far, it's been a consistent Xbox and PC now, PS5 later strategy. To date, Microsoft has released 0 new games day and date on both Xbox and PS5. Gears of War Reloaded was a 4K update to a game that has been available on Xbox and Game Pass since 2015. Even Indiana Jones, a Disney licensed product, was released on PS5 6 months after it was available on Xbox and Game Pass. This doesn't seem like a difficult pattern to figure out, and not particularly scrambled either. I imagine when Halo arrives on PS5, it will be Master Chief Collection or Halo Infinite, after which a new Halo game will arrive on Xbox with a 6 month to 1 year lead time on PS5. Where is this confusion coming from, Colin? Thanks. There are no games that are coming day and date from Xbox? What are you talking about? The Outer Wilds 2 is about to be a day and date game. Doom: The Dark Ages was a day and date game. Oblivion Remastered was a day and date game. So I'm a little confused about where your confusion on my confusion actually is. Indeed, I think that they're being quite strange with it. They announced Indiana Jones to come out, 6 months afterwards, but the Indiana Jones DLC comes out at the same time. Forza Horizon 5 is a smash hit. They announced Forza Horizon 6 in Japan, but then both the game taking place in Japan and they announced the game in Japan to an audience that does not and will not play Xbox. And then you bring it out later. I actually think it's I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
So no, I disagree. I think that first of all, there are examples of them bringing day and date games. There more to come. And I don't know. I don't really give a shit about Forza, so it doesn't really bother me at all. But there certainly is an inconsistency. And I think that they're trying to probably figure out internally. I think that they're trying to bend things towards them when they can. And I think some games are going to make more sense. You see, so Halo is a great example. We'll talk about Halo more deeply later, but if a new Halo comes out and it's announced for PlayStation 5, this gets into the exact question I just posed to Chris, which is like, do you get the bigger pop first or a second pop later? You just have to ask yourself what you want.
Yeah.
The PlayStation Halo thing would probably be a good second pop, to be perfectly honest with you. But because it's not going to need players, right? It's not going to like Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox. They needed the player base. Maybe you want to let it drop and then inject it, and it's going to be such a fucking big deal that you might want you might not want to even. You might want to say like it's actually good marketing for us to do it later because it is such a big deal that we can focus entirely on that. So.
Yeah. I don't know. This guy says MCC or Halo Infinite. I'm not really sure about either of those.
Halo Infinite, I don't think so.
I don't think either. I think they've already winded down development on Halo Infinite already. They're not going to then build a separate SKU and then put it on another platform and then be beholden to keeping it updated into deep into the generation. Like I just don't see that happening. And MCC is not laden with microtransactions, so there's no way to make money on it outside of the first initial sale. And if they were going to put MCC on PlayStation, why wouldn't they have done that for the Gears collection? It doesn't. None of that logic tracks. I think those games are not coming to PlayStation. Maybe. I think I would probably bet that that's probably the case, or at least not anytime, not even remotely anytime soon. Like I would give it like maybe 5 years before either of those games even see, and more likely the collection, but. I don't know what Xbox is doing, really. None of it makes sense to me.
Final piece of news this week before we get into what we're playing is just a quick thing to add to the record. This comes from Eurogamer, and I actually didn't see many people reporting on this, which I thought was an interesting piece of news. They write here the title, Ubisoft and Tencent form new subsidiary, Vantage Studios, to lead development for the Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, Rainbow Six franchises. Quote, and they write, quote, the breakout game development business co-owned by Tencent and Ubisoft finally has a name, Vantage Studios. Eurogamer understands from a source that it's starting operations today and will be responsible for new games across many of Ubisoft's biggest IP, such as Far Cry, Rainbow Six Siege, and Assassin's Creed. Vantage Studios is composed of 2,300 employees across multiple Ubisoft game development teams, including those from Montreal, Sherbrooke, Saguenay, Sofia, and Barcelona. The studio will be run by the duo of Christopher Duranay and Charlie Guillemot, who is Yves Guillemot's brother. Vantage Studios operate under a less centralized model compared to Ubisoft proper, with each development team having more ownership over its own respective project. This, in theory, would allow developers to be more fluid and pivot according to industry changes and player expectations, per Eurogamer sources. The formation of Vantage Studios comes at the climax of a tumultuous period for Ubisoft, which reportedly was considering this new venture with Tencent in January of this year, following years of lacking performance. This new venture, which would bring many of Ubisoft's biggest IP under a new roof, was officially announced in March, with Tencent taking a 1.16 billion euro stake in the new business entity. As for Tencent's involvement, the Chinese company will have a 25% stake in Vantage Studios and will act in an advisory role to the subsidiary's leadership team. However, Guillemot and Duranay will retain control over both creative and business decisions. Ubisoft hopes that this allows the teams to have a better degree of creative freedom, per a source familiar with the subject. Now, this is the big one for me. How other studios, most notably Massive Entertainment, will operate going forward currently remains unclear. Eurogamer understands the publisher wants its devs to operate in a more decentralized way, with developers taking more ownership over the titles they're working on. The company employs approximately 20,000 staff, and how the other 17,000 will fit into this new vision remains to be seen. Of course, we reported on it earlier, I guess it was in the spring and into the summer, that Tencent is drastically increasing its investment into Ubisoft. They've spun out their biggest IP into this new subsidiary that is co-owned, I guess 75% Ubisoft, 25% Tencent, with some of their most valuable properties. There's not much to say about this other than adding it to the record. Like I said, other than that last paragraph is the big question for me too. Where is the value in Ubisoft once you have Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Rainbow Six and the Clancy stuff out of the wheelhouse? Now you're left with so little. And it is a good question to ask about some of the really respected studios. Like Massive is the biggest, pardon the pun, about where they might fit. So I don't know if there's anything else to say about this. I just wanted to throw that out there, that this has a name now, but it has not been officially announced yet, which is probably why most people are not reporting on it. But this comes from Eurogamer sources. They are, of course, trustworthy. And being in Europe, they would have much more decent and closely connected sources in, say, France. So, okay. All right, let's get into what we're playing here. I'll go first and just get out of the way quick. I'm playing Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut. I'm like 25 hours in. It's funny how little I remember of the game. I remember playing it and all, like what it is to play it, the world or whatever, but the story,
yeah,
all coming back to me as I go, some of the different characters and whatever. I will say, man, the game is visually incredibly fucking dark. I don't know what that's all about. Like it on PS5 with HDR and everything, it's just like impossible to fucking see the game. And you can't At least for me, it is. And you can't really mess with the brightness. You can mess with the brightness, but then it just saturates. So like when you're outside at the night, it just looks so bright. So you can't really find the right balance. And it's annoying me. So that's like a frustration. But the game's really fun to play. Great combat. Really forgot how fun it was to play. I will say that a lot of this, and Mike and I have been talking about it as I've been playing. I'm like, man, a lot of the PlayStation stuff really is kind of the same. When you look at it from a structural point of view, it's like God of War, Horizon, Days Gone, Spider-Man. It's like they're all kind of the same game. And I think when I first played this, I played it back when it came out in 2020, so it's been 5 years. I don't think I felt that quite as acutely as I do now. And it makes games, not to fillet it too much more, but it's like it makes games like Uncharted and The Last of Us just stand out so much because they really are different. They play differently. They are different. They're in different worlds, different stakes. They're asking you to do different things. But in this game, it's like clear the enemy encampment, like find the collectible. And I'm like, dude, I live for this shit. I'm not making fun of it. I love Far Cry, right? I love my checkbox games. But as I'm playing it, I'm like, wow, this is aging differently. And I've seen a lot of people complain about Death Stranding, of Ghost of Yotei, saying that it's kind of more of the same. And I'm like, well, yeah, it's kind of always been more of the same though, hasn't it? So it's really whether you're into it or not. But that's kind of what's standing out to me the most is I'm enjoying it. I think the game is fun to play. I think the characterization, the writing, the voice acting is excellent. There are just beautiful moments everywhere in the game. Just the visuals, the leaves falling off the trees, the rain, the moonlight. So much to really marvel at. But structurally, I'm like, yeah, this is interesting. Like sneak through actually, I've been calling it when I've been playing. I'm like, go into the Sony grass.
The Sony grass.
Yeah. Like, oh, now, if you want to be fair, even Death Stranding, The Last of Us, and Uncharted have Sony grass. So it's like really like you remove like Spider-Man from the list and then you put in those games. It's just funny. I don't know. So I feel like I'm always being so harsh, and I don't mean to be that way because I am enjoying it, and it is objectively a great game. It's a samey sort of thing.
It's a Ubisoft game. Mm-hmm. It is. I remember, and I say that in a complimentary way. Like I remember when I played it, I was like, this is what I want Assassin's Creed to be. Like, it's not that I want none of what Ubisoft does to be in that game or whatever. Like, it's just that they do it in a way that's annoying. And I feel like Ghost of Yotei does not Ghost of Yotei, Ghost of Tsushima. I haven't played Yotei yet, obviously. But I feel like it does a good balance of the Ubisoft stuff. And it does it well. And it plays really well. Which is what, more can you ask for, really? But it is that kind of game.
So I purchased Ghost of Yotei. It's on my cross-media bar. I'll get to it when I'm done with this. One thing I noticed is, because I never played the Iki Island DLC, and it's cool, this isn't a spoiler, I don't think, is that the Iki Island DLC kind of becomes available halfway through the game, maybe even a little less. But the thing that bothers me about it is, it's a different location, you kind of go to it. But it's like, why make it available so early if the game gives you a stark warning? It's like, this is very hard, you don't want to do this. Kind of thing, where it's like, but why are you making it available right now?
This is why I don't like DLC, man.
Yeah, I do appreciate, because it reminds me a little bit of, you know what game did DLC really well was Fallout 3, where they would put the things in the map, like it would all just be available there, and there would be little triggers that would activate them. But it's they just add themselves to the map. I like that, and that's what they try to do here. But because it's kind of gated, it's disjointed.
Bethesda games in general do DLC pretty well. From my remembrance of them, I haven't engaged too deeply with a lot of them. To be fair,
I can't wait for Fallout 3 Remastered, or remake or whatever, just because I'm going to go on that Mothership Zeta DLC so quick.
Oh yeah,
fuck around with the aliens,
the racist alien.
Yeah, the racist alien
shouting the N-word at you. It's going to be in 4K.
Yep, love it. And their gun is so strong. That gun is so fucking strong that they have that little alien blaster. It like trivializes the game almost.
Yeah,
I was remember. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, before Mothership Zeta came out, there was just a crashed spaceship that you can find in the wasteland, and one of the alien bodies had that gun on it. And once you found that gun, it was like it would kill death claws in one hit. It was awesome.
It's very cool.
All right, so yeah, that's it for Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut. Chris and I did a spoiler cast many years ago on it. You can go listen to that. People have asked, are you going to do another one? Because we have gone back and revisited games. I'm like, I don't think anyone else is really playing it, so it's not really worth doing. And I don't know that I have very much to say about it. I think it's really cool. I'm very interested to see how Ghost of Yotei is different. And this is why I like playing the games back to back. I think I'm getting a lot out of doing this. It's so... Again, I started doing it really with Spider-Man, where I was like Spider-Man 1 and Miles Morales right into Spider-Man 2. And it's just, I understand the games better. And Death Stranding, 200 hours of Death Stranding between the two games back to back.
Crazy.
So I'm enjoying them. It's not for everyone, but I'm enjoying the process. And the thing is that I don't think I'll get to Ghost of Yotei probably till next week. And then I have to go to Long Island for a few days. So I'm not sure if I will get to it until the middle of the month, maybe, but we'll see. But I have bought it. I also bought Final Fantasy Tactics. So that's sitting there, but I don't know when I'm going to get to that either. And then the other game I'm playing, there's not much to say about, is I'm still playing Puzzle Quest Immortal Edition on PS5 via the Portal. Playing it a little bit each night in bed, playing it during some sports, been watching a little baseball, a little this and that. It's just the same thing over and over again. But there's something very fun about it. You're just making your character stronger, but you're still doing all these match 3 puzzles. I feel like, again, the AI is a little annoying. It just seems to know things it shouldn't know. It bothers the fuck out of me. But I like my repetitive rote sort of things. I think it's really great for football because it's just turn-based and it just sits there. So like I look up at the screen to see the play, and then I look down and I play a little bit, and then I look up and it just kind of freezes and stays where it is. So it's quite nice. I think Plants vs. Zombies, though, it's an active game. It's going to be a little more difficult. That's going to be another great Portal game. Very, very excited for that. All right, Chris, let's go to you, and then we'll finish with Dustin. Says here you're playing BioShock 2. Very interesting.
Yeah. I was looking for something to play. I kind of wasn't feeling anything. I was having one of those days where like I would start something and then I just wouldn't. I don't know. It wouldn't stick with me. I think I jumped into like maybe like a couple seconds. Apparently, there's like a new Trials game, which is funny. I haven't thought about it in a while, and I still had Game Pass for a couple hours before I canceled it after that egregious price hike. And so I was like, I doubled around in that a little bit. It's like it's more Trials. It's fine. And then I saw BioShock 2 just sitting there, and I was just remember like I love BioShock. I have a BioShock tattoo. I love BioShock 1 and BioShock Infinite. I remember I played like the first maybe hour of BioShock 2 when it was newer, and I felt like something was off. I didn't really like it. And then I learned later that like, oh, Ken Levine wasn't a part of it. And it kind of retroactively, like because of that, I was like, oh, that's why. And like, oh, I didn't like it for a good reason. And so I never got around to it. But it's been sitting on my cross media bar forever. And I'm just like, I really should just at the very least know what this is and give it another shot. And so I would say I'm still pretty early into it. I got to say, like, I think maybe 3 hours. I think I just had the fight with the big sister boss. And it's interesting. It's better than I remember it being. And to be clear, I am playing like the remastered version. I don't know what that does. From what I remember of the BioShock remasters, they weren't too crazy. It was just kind of like light performance stuff, light graphical stuff. Yeah. I don't think they went in and did any like Oblivion level stuff. So
no, they didn't.
It's still pretty much the original game. And I like it more now. Like I'm more okay with the conceit, or like with the core premise of the game, where you play as like the big daddy, and that's kind of the entire twist of it. That's the entire framing of it. I think when I was a kid, I just wasn't into it. I felt like it lost some of the horror, and I think I think it still does. I still think BioShock 2 is way less of a horror game than the first one is, and the first game isn't too hard. It opens as like a real horror game, and then it kind of gradually becomes less so. This game, I feel like, kind of starts off and it's immediately not horror. It's not comedy or action either. It's just kind of like in this weird kind of middle ground. And so I think it's a little off in that way, but I am enjoying it more than I thought I would. I didn't get deep enough to really see a lot of the mechanics. I didn't know that you had to track down like corpses with Adam in them by like teaming up with like a little sister, and there'd be like these wave encounters whenever you had to harvest them. I think it's cool and interesting. There's the trap rivet gun, which I don't normally deal with like guns that set traps in games. I usually just go for like, assault weapons and whatever, but like I've been fucking around with that quite a bit. I like the drill is weirdly fun to use, and it's so strong that it feels really mean to use the drill. Like even more so than any other weapon. There are things that I miss about the original BioShock for sure. Like I miss being a person. I miss the wrench. There's something about the wrench that I think is like a real staple. But I'm more open to it now. I think the writing is actually still very strong. The atmosphere is pretty good. I don't know. I'm mixed on it, but I'm more positive than I was when I first tried it out. I think I'm gonna stick with it. I don't imagine that it's very long. It's from this era of games where like developers actually wanted you to finish the fucking game that they put in front of you. So I'll probably get through it. But I'm liking it so far. I'm enjoying what this is as like kind of an alternative, and as like just spending more time in Rapture is nice. I think that's also the case too. It's like I do miss Rapture. And I think by the time BioShock 2 came out in comparison to BioShock 1, I didn't really get a chance to miss it. You know, I didn't long for more Rapture. I had gotten such a great full experience out of it just a year or two prior. And I was looking for something else. And now it's been, you know, very, very long. It's been ages since even just the Burial at Sea DLC for BioShock Infinite, which I also loved. So, yeah, BioShock 2 is pretty good so far. I still feel ultimately that it will be my least favorite of them.
Yeah, it's the weakest one. There's no doubt about that. That's the
but not in the way that I thought it would be. Like, I really thought it would be just like, this is like slop. And it's just kind of like, they're just reusing, you know, the work that was done in the first game, just kind of sprinkling a poorly thought out story on top of it. And there are definitely some story conventions that I feel don't really fit in with BioShock. There's some weird, I don't want to get too into it, because I do think I do think these games are generally worth experiencing still to this day. But I think it's good. It's way better written than I thought it would be, like character wise. Like there's some lines of dialogue in BioShock 2 that really like that's a dope line. Like, and I know that like when the writer wrote it, you could tell it's just like, oh, that felt great. I bet to hear in the booth for the first time as like a script supervisor or whatever. But it's quite good, but that's really the only thing I'm fucking around with now. I have Baby Steps on my computer right now, but I haven't really jumped into it again. I played the trial on PlayStation, but I think I want to stream it. So I got it on PC. I'll have to go through the first hour again. So I don't really have anything new that I would really say about it, but that's really all I'm engaging with. And then probably go see Yote now that I'm not really going to be pulled away from Battlefield, I guess. So that's good. Okay. That's the plan going forward, I think.
Cool. Appreciate your commitment. Then, Dustin, it leaves us to you. And Lame, Dumb, and Gay wrote in and said, "Greetings, slop enjoyers. There was some turmoil amongst the community that you spent a sacred streaming episode on Baby Steps, and I got to give you the smoke. I got to give you guys the smoke. For years now, the SS crew, mostly Colin to be fair, has been complaining about the curation on the PlayStation Store with too much low-quality stuff getting past the goalie, but now you play fucking Baby Steps. One of the most sloppiest games to have ever slopped it up. Come on, man. Do what you want to do with the streams, but if you're going to give oxygen and money to the slop, you best not complain about it anymore. Thanks. I'll hang up and listen." It's an interesting way to talk about Baby Steps.
I feel like this is a gross misunderstanding.
Yeah, I don't understand. First of all, was anyone disappointed that we did Baby Steps? Second of all, Sony literally it's a timed exclusive. It's that has been in like multiple states of play. It's not a random product.
Right. I have played some of the slop games on PlayStation Network when I was streaming years ago, just to see what there is. And this is, I guess, some background too. I was looking at this. So one of the designers of Baby Steps is Bennett Foddy, and we talked about him on the stream. He was one of the designers of the game. We talked about this recently. BBB. Mm-hmm. And of course, he did the QWOP game, QWOP. It's kind of was like his main thing, but he also worked on Ape Out. And of course, the most famous Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, which is a PC game. But this is by no means a slop game. Could you argue that it's a streamer bait game? Maybe. And I think that's what some people were saying in the chat. Mm-hmm. Like, oh, why are they playing this streamer bait game? And it's like, okay, well,
I don't know enough about streaming to even know that was a thing, but I get it. I get it now. I understand. Because it's funny.
Right. Yeah. To see whoever's playing suffer or whatever. I guess the difference is, to me at least, is a streamer bait game. might not be that fun to play on your own. But after our stream, that very night, I went back to Baby Steps and I have played it consistently every night. And I fucking love this game. I think this game absolutely rules. I am consistently surprised by it. I'm consistently laughing out loud at it. And it's funny too, because, and you can go check out our stream. There's like characters and dialogue, and those are like cute and kind of funny. The funniest moments of Baby Steps are through the environment where the game just is basically just saying, yeah, fuck you. We're gonna put a challenge here that is so stupid and doesn't make sense. And I would say one of them, I don't want to give it away though, in case you want to play it. Not everyone's going to like this game. For those who didn't see our stream, or maybe don't know anything about this game is a literal walking simulator. You play as a guy in a onesie who's a big dork, and you control each foot when you play with a controller. The left trigger raises his left foot, the right trigger raises the right, and you lean him forward with the stick. And you can see, if you go back and watch our stream archive, if you're on Patreon, you can see how initially, like, I couldn't even walk in this game. And it was funny, Colin, because we were talking, I was, jokingly, of course, being like, man, I'm pretty fucking good at this game. Look at me go.
You were impressive. Everyone thought so.
Keyword, were. Because that night, I think the first hour, I mean, it makes sense in a game design perspective. The first hour is easing you into it. And there are challenges there, for sure. But after that, dude, this game gets so insanely hard. Game Rage Dustin came back a few times playing this game, where it's designed much like Getting Over It, and there's like that PC game Chained Together, where it's like, if you fall, you are going back a comical degree. Like, you may have just wasted the last 30 minutes.
That's brutal.
If you fuck up.
Sounds fun.
And as frustrating as it is at certain points where you're like, oh, I was literally at the very top and made one misstep, and then I fell down this giant hole and I have to go all the way back up. Something about this game that's a little bit zen to me at certain points, where it's like, I get in the flow state. I'm locked in. I think this game is awesome. Now, Chris mentioned this, and we talked about it on the stream. There is a trial for whatever tier of PlayStation Plus. If you have that, I recommend trying the game first, because not everyone's going to like it. It is insanely difficult. This game will straight up taunt you to your face on numerous occasions. And so, it's not, you might not necessarily like that aspect. Holly was watching me play it, and she's like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, what are you doing? I was like, that's a great question. I ask that all the time, but particularly right now when I'm playing this game, I don't know. There are moments in this game where I was like, fuck this game. I hate this game. And then you take a brief, pause for a second. You take a breath. I'm like, I'm going to keep going. There's something about it that compels me to keep going. My PlayStation thing says that I'm 70 or 80% of the way through the game. Maybe off camera or whatever, I'll tell you about the particular challenge I'm on right now. It's so stupid, but it's great. It's by no means a slop game. I understand the connection though, but it's a misunderstanding. So who was it? Lame, dumb, and gay. Stand down. Respectfully, stand down.
The slop that we talk about is like Sushi Flip. Like on the PlayStation Store, where there's no discernible reason why this should be there at all. Like, Baby Steps is clearly a real game. It's a comedy game, which is not too frequent. I talk about Eat Lead and Death Spank and things like that. It's not a common genre, but Bennett Foddy's a real guy. He knows how to make a compelling it. Like, Getting Over It. I love it. Well, I hate it, but it's very good. I have 38 hours in Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, which is a comical fucking amount of time. I've never beaten it. Also, I cannot for the life of me get to the top of that garbage heap. But yeah, I'm looking forward to playing it. I think that trial, the trial period, definitely take advantage of that trial.
Yeah,
because it's definitely not going to be for everybody. But I totally like after an hour, I was like, yeah, I do. I want more of this. And the tone of it is so weird. Like, I don't know if I've ever played a game with this tone of comedy in it. Like, even getting over it with Bennett Foddy is like it's more traditional. Like, it's more, you know what the game is, and you know what the general sense of humor of the game is. It's like the idea of just like being philosophically lectured after every failure. And like, that's supposed to be like irritating. But like, this game is like, there are characters that come up to you and you're just like, what the fuck what was that interaction even? Like, I feel like I have to watch, I feel like I have to watch the cutscenes over and over again to even understand what the fuck
it's very funny.
Said. It is. I'm looking forward to playing more of it.
When you stream it, maybe you got to this point. I don't know what Twitch's rules are or YouTube's when it comes to video game nudity, but you can censor it. We had it censored on our stream. I turned off the censoring when I played it. This game's got dick, like lots of dick in it.
It's crazy.
But two other quick points about it is just, first of all, one thing that I really appreciate from a game design perspective is that there are certain points in the game where I would get really high up and then fall, and then you fall like unimaginable heights into a stream that takes you down river, and you're like, well, I'm never getting back there. And I like that the way the game's designed is that like a fall is an opportunity where you may find an entirely different route. There is not, from what I can tell, at most points in the game, there's not just one way to go. And that's what is cool, is like there's clearly a lot of replayability to this game where you can go. I was looking back, I was really high up and I was looking down and I was like, holy shit, there's like key markers of stuff that I didn't do that probably is hilarious and awesome. So
that surprised me too. Like, when I first played, I was like, it was way more open than I thought it would be. Like, because I thought it would be not, maybe linear is not the right word, but like, I guess more, I don't know, more focused, I guess, in like a particular direction. Like, there was a right way to go and your goal was just not to fall down. And like, if you did, you'd have to get back to the golden path. But I got to a point where I was playing in the trial where I was like, oh, I could go. I feel like either direction here is going to take me in like an interesting way.
Right. And
it really is just a matter of like making a choice. So I do think it's deceptively deep, I think. Like, it's not like, you know, a full blown RPG or nothing, but like it's way more than I think it looks like it is. Yeah. And I'm excited to dig deeper into it.
The other point, just as from an interesting industry side, is that I was looking at the Steam charts. This game's all-time player peak on Steam is 1,032. So I wonder, I mean, this is a Devolver Digital published game. I would expect more than that. I wonder with Sony's marketing, maybe it was hopefully selling a lot better on console, but not so good, unfortunately. Yeah, baby steps. Check it out. It's pretty cool. The other two games, Silent Hill F, I completed over the weekend. I did a video about it. If you want to see like very extensive thoughts, really good. I really, really enjoyed Silent Hill F a lot more than I thought that I would. I think I had started it and played it last week, and I believe I talked about it last week. The combat is probably going to be a sticking point for some people. It's very deliberate, where you kind of have to commit to attacks. The dodge feels kind of weird. I'd say all the combat is very serviceable. It gets annoying and repetitive by the end. My number one recommendation to anyone picking up this game, this is so stupid the way they design this. At the beginning, when it comes to difficulty, you are presented with story mode and you are presented with hard mode. And that's it. And for my gamer mind, I see story mode and I'm like, oh, that's baby mode. Mm-hmm. I don't want to play baby mode, but I also don't necessarily want to play hard mode. I started the game on hard. I probably got through 40% of it, maybe a little more. I'm not sure, but many hours in hard mode. And it was really fucking hard. I believe that the intent should be that the first time you play this game is that you play on story and you get a bunch of upgrades, level up your character, and then on your New Game Plus, try hard. So don't waste your time with hard the first time. It sucks though, because story mode is really trivially easy. It would be nice to have a third option in the middle. My last complaint, and this was kind of the core focus of my video, is that this is not a spoiler. There's no story spoilers. So if your spider senses are tingling with what I'm about to say, take it easy. The game is very clearly designed for multiple playthroughs in a way that I find annoying, where the game ends and there are more endings, and the game is slightly changed throughout, which is cool. But with the combat, and I mentioned how it becomes very repetitive. When I beat this game, I'm like, I want more of the story, but I don't want to play the game again. Even if it is shortened and there is like new elements thrown into it, I'm good. So it felt kind of disrespectful for the game to say, hey, thanks for beating the game, but we need you to play this game at the very least once, preferably. And we were talking about this in the staff Discord 3 times, according to Gene. And Gene and I were going back and forth a little bit about this, that he totally disagrees with me and he really enjoyed the multiple playthroughs. I started my second one and I was like, I want the story. I don't want to do this right now. So very annoying. And I know that's like kind of standard for the writer of this game, Ryukishio 7. He's done like a bunch of visual novels that require multiple playthroughs, but it is what it is. Overall, it's super cool. I recommend it. It's very Silent Hill, perfect for the spooky season we are now in. The last thing, quick shout out, is to a game that is blowing up on Steam right now called Megabonk. Colin, we discussed this lightly on Sacred Streaming. Chris, I'm sure you've seen this floating around.
I've seen it floating, yeah. I don't know what it is really, but like I've seen it. Like,
it's very easy.
Snippets of it.
Megabonk is 3D Vampire Survivors. And that is all it is. Now, that makes it sound like there's nothing new here, but the game being in 3D is actually really cool. Your character can jump and your character can slide. And so it's all of the auto attacking, the level ups of Vampire Survivor, the hordes of enemies, but there is a verticality element to it. And so there's certain power ups you can get where it's like you do 30% more damage when you're in the air. So you're like constantly hopping around. I think it's early access right now. I think it's only like $10, but for my perspective of playing and platinuming Vampire Survivors, I still love that game, but I feel like I've gotten all I need out of it for now. It's been fun to go to a game that scratches that same itch, but adds new elements to it. Not out on console right now, but based on the success, I would imagine at some point. But if you're on PC, maybe you got a Steam Deck. I think it runs, I would imagine it runs all right on that. So check out Megabonk.
Megabonk.
Yeah, it looks cool. I've never seen extended gameplay of it. I've only seen like screenshots or like maybe like really quick 3-second snippets, and I didn't know it was a Vampire Survivors like at all.
Yeah.
This is cool. Yeah, not bad.
All right. So that's it for all we're playing. Quite a few games.
That's it.
All right. Very well. Okay. Let's get into listener inquiries then. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. Couldn't do it without you. Look for the thread in the news feed each and every week for this show and all the other shows. Submit your inquiries. You've heard them throughout the show, and this is 6 more of a random variety. And the first one comes from John Meehan, who wrote in, as many people did, and although it has nothing to do with PlayStation, we will talk about it nonetheless. Why ignore the people? He writes, "Hey guys, I am writing in as a long-term Xbox fan that was in denial. This brand and larger corporation I thought cared about value for the consumer. Every move they have made recently, I would justify. Price hike for Game Pass wasn't that bad. Games on PlayStation will keep the Game Pass affordable. Now I feel like they're trying to squeeze dry the few loyal fans they have left. With a handheld costing over $1,000, the console being almost twice the price it was at launch, and now $30 for Ultimate. This is the straw that breaks the camel's back for me, and I'm sure other fans like me. Time to Laverne and Shirley myself off a cliff in my warthog yelling, 'This is an Xbox.' It's not Laverne and Shirley. It's Thelma and Louise.
Oh
you have
God,
the wrong
Laverne and Shirley.
Laverne and Shirley.
Aren't they like a comedy duo or something?
Yeah, they were. That was a show. They were like roommates that worked at like a beer factory in Wisconsin.
That's an amazing recast, dude.
Love that. Time to Laverne and Shirley myself off a cliff in my warthog yelling, 'This is an Xbox.' I love that.
That's a great, one of the seminal series finales in sitcom history. So when Laverne and Shirley careened themselves off of a fucking cliff.
Schlemiel, Schlemazel. That's what the song was in the beginning of Laverne and Shirley. That's what they like. Schlemiel, Schlemazel.
You know what's funny? My only reference to that is Wayne's World.
Do they reference it in Wayne's World? I don't even remember.
Is that I'm pretty sure that's the thing where they do like the bit of the intro and the song's playing.
Oh, maybe. I haven't seen Wayne's World in fucking forever.
Dude, my parents, we were just talking about it. My parents saw Alice Cooper last night.
Oh,
so
cool.
we were discussing the We're Not Worthy.
I was friends with a kid when I was younger that I actually wrote with at GameFAQs. He's a great guy. He loved Alice Cooper. Like absolutely loved him. Would go see him all the time. He has a really interesting stage show apparently. So I've never seen him. Yeah. Dustin, what was Laverne and Shirley a spinoff of?
I have no idea.
Happy Days. Come on.
Oh.
Come on.
You know what my connection to Happy Days is?
Oh boy.
The Weezer video.
Oh, Buddy Holly.
Yeah. I used to watch it on the Windows 98 in my grandma's living room.
With it. Yeah. That's a great video.
Great video. Great album.
Great. Oh my God. Fucking awesome album.
Incredible album.
All right. So the big news here, as John had written, is this, and what we'll talk about specifically, we talk about whatever we want, but a lot of people wrote in about it. So again, I wanted to not ignore it. Game Pass prices have been raised dramatically, and now the Ultimate Edition, or the Ultimate tier, which is the top tier where you get day and date games, is $30 a month, which is crazy.
That's $360 a year, right?
Yeah, $360 a year. Yeah, so more than the Xbox Series S in a year. Very interesting topic. There's so much to say about it. I'm very curious to see what you guys think. Chris, let's go to you first. How do you feel about this raise? And taken all together, of course, I mean, say whatever you want, but there's just a lot going on in Xbox land right now worth discussing.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about that. I think, man, I mean, I think, look, I get it. I understand they've got to make money. I find it to be a little bit too egregious. I still think $30 for what you get with Game Pass is a good value, but now it's no longer a good value to have a consistent subscription on. You know, I feel like Xbox Game Pass is now, and arguably always has been, but like now especially is one of those things where it's like, all right, I'll pop in for 1 month, pop in, cancel, you know, and then just ride the month out. If it's a busy month or if there's a lot of shit that's available that you want to check out, at that point, maybe it's worth it, right? But back-to-back months, $30 a month to engage with games that you're probably not really like. I mean, a lot of people don't really have as much time to play a game. Like we're, a very special case. You know, it's our job to kind of keep involved in these things. And so like your average person is going to look at that, I would imagine, and be like, I'm not getting nearly enough value out of this to spend this much money. Even if it is technically worth that money, there's not enough time to extract that value. And so I look at it as like, well, I don't need this. I've been a pretty passive subscriber to Game Pass for a while. Even at its like highest price, which was like, I think it was like 21 or something. I would see it. I'd be like, yeah, I mean, that's a lot, but like I play enough on Xbox, and I dabble in Game Pass quite regularly, especially like when they had that big push of like Oblivion and Claire Obscura. It's like I felt like I got my money's worth out of that for sure. But now it's like, no, I'm good. I think at this point, $360 a year for a subscription service is just outrageous. In my opinion.
Here are the prices, by the way, over time, in case you're curious. Game Pass launched in 2017, so this is the ultimate subscription. Launched at $10, and then in 2019 was raised to $15, and then in 23 was raised to $17, and then the 24 raised to $20, and now raised to $30. So that's the trajectory over time, not unlike other subscriptions raising in price. It's just that they're getting to a much higher cost now. Dustin, I'm curious what your high level thoughts are on this whole situation.
It's not surprising that the price of Game Pass is going up. I think we've been saying for a while the price would go up. Yeah. I didn't expect it to be this much at once. And to be fair, they are adding things to it. Like I think you get the Fortnite crew subscription, which I think gets you like the battle pass and some V-Bucks. And so that could be...
And Ubisoft,
right. So they are adding stuff to it. But I think most people, I don't want to say they don't care about that, but that's not really why they're there. They're there for the main catalog and particularly the day one games. So there is a particular type of Xbox user that $30 a month, if that is the way that, I don't want to say exclusively, but that you mostly interface with games and you play all the day one stuff and you want to check out the different things they add to the service and maybe you play Fortnite or whatever, then that would still be a good value, arguably, for sure. But I don't think that that's most of its users that do that. I think you have Game Pass and then they also purchase games elsewhere and things like that. So it's it's shocking. I really at this point have no idea what they're doing, particularly between this and the price increase of the console. It almost feels like a white flag. And I think that the write-in from John here, I totally would understand that if you're like, man, I've been here with Xbox this whole time, and now I feel like I'm here and I'm being taken advantage of to some degree. I totally get that. That totally sucks. So it comes back also to me, Colin, something that you've said for a long time, and that's just the idea of a subscription model where, if you think about the common subscription model most people are associated or know about, interact with, is a movie TV subscription model, something like Netflix, right? And you think about how much it costs to feed that subscription model. And Netflix is still really high. If you want the 4K, I think it's $25 a month. But
which is a lot.
It is, yeah. It's definitely.
Or you get more. You get so much more, in my opinion, as well. I mean, go ahead.
But you think about how much it costs to make these TV shows and movies, and it's expensive, and the licensing rights is expensive. But compared to the price of what it costs to feed a game, the games on Game Pass, and obviously that's not the only way they're making money. They're making hand over fist money by releasing these games on PlayStation as well for full price. But it's just a completely different economic scale that they were working at. And it's why it's obvious that they were probably bleeding money initially with Game Pass. I did find it interesting. Maddie on Twitter posted an article where apparently Sarah Bond at Tokyo Game Show, she was being asked about the profitability. Bond responded that in the last fiscal year, Xbox Game Pass took in $5 billion in revenue, saying that, quote, it's a profitable business. And as more creators join Xbox Game Pass, payments to creators increase. So we think it's a good business decision for creators. I believe that was from Game Watch that did the translation of that, just for proper citation. But so it's not a good look to 1 minute be talking about how, we're taking in all this money, $5 billion, and it's great for everybody, and then immediately raise the price. That's the other thing too about this whole situation. I'll end with this, is just that the Xbox cannot help not only doing the wrong thing, but doing it in the worst way possible. That video they put out where it was framed like, look how much more you're getting with Game Pass. Look at all these things we're doing. It kind of had this feeling of, well, actually, you should really be thanking us for all this value. Yeah, your subscription is going to go up, but look at all this extra stuff. Don't worry about it. And the tagline,
you kind of got a Chris Chan voice going on there a little bit.
And we're working on it.
We're working on it. We're giving you the best deal.
Download all those games off the internet now.
Unsubscribe to these subscriptions. So the tagline for all of this change, I think, is like, this is how we game now. Was that it?
This is how we play now, I think.
This is how we play now, which is just very much like, if you don't like it, sorry. This is how we... I know that's not exactly what they mean, but that's how it reads to people. So yeah, just Xbox consistently putting their foot in their mouth. And as I was saying, doing a thing that doesn't make any sense and then doing it in the worst way possible. Maybe not the worst way possible, but a really off-putting, distasteful way for their consumers.
Yeah, that tagline is is very fun. It just like every time I saw it, like when I saw it in the video, I immediately thought of, and it's probably not the best invocation, but like I immediately thought of what is it, Captain Phillips, I think, like the guy on the ship where he's like, "This, I am the captain now."
Yeah.
It's just like, all right. I
think there's a lot to say about this.
Yeah.
First of all, the positive. I actually generally agree that there is value even at $30. However, I think there could even be value at a higher price. It is really all about the nexus of your engagement level and the games that are available. If you're willing to play a lot, which many of us are, and you're pigeonholed into this kind of very specific set of games, which are very high quality games. It's not like there's nothing there. There's a lot of good things there. Then have at it. I mean, it's a great rental service. It's much cheaper on PC. It's worth noting. So there is that. That's why I feel like it's kind of alienating toward your core consumers. Like they're really, if I think that we're learning one thing from the pricing of the console to the pricing of Game Pass to the incompatible pricing between PC Game Pass and console Game Pass with the price of the ROG Ally, they're moving people over to PC. That's like what they want. It's so fucking obvious that that's what they want that it's preposterous to act like that's not what's happening. And I get it. I think they want to do hardware, but they kind of want out of it. They're always kind of wishy-washy with hardware. You're in, you're out. And I'm not talking about just game consoles. I'm talking about, with a lot of their other initiatives. And they're fundamentally not a hardware company at Microsoft. They don't want to be in the hardware business. And so I think that with rare exception, they want to be in a software business. But I generally agree with you. If you're a high engagement Xbox player that loves Call of Duty and Bethesda and Expedition 33 and fucking Hollow Knight and whatever, it's like, cool. That's awesome. But I think that is a permutation of gamer that is not necessarily very common when you put all of the things together. And at $30, you're starting to get to the point where it's like, based on the normal use case of the average gamer, you really should just buy your games. At that price,
yeah,
you're getting ephemeral access at $30 a month to something that for just twice as much as your monthly stipend, you can just get that one game that you're playing right now and just have it. And over the year, you get 6 of them for the same price. Now, that doesn't seem like a great value comparable to what you can get for the ephemeral rental access. But think about your own interaction with the games. I think that now that's why it's so important for us. I mean, not to compare us to fucking Game Pass, but the $5 price point is so vital because you don't think about it. It's just an affordable, like, okay,
yeah,
kind of price. Even at $10, it's like, okay, I get all these podcasts, $10 a month. It's not really that much. I can go buy a fucking Subway sandwich and a bag of chips maybe for that. Maybe. But you're getting into $30. And now it's like, this is a notable amount of money. This is much. I was saying before, I think the average American makes $24 an hour or something like that between when you divide hours worked at salary jobs plus hour, people that work hourly natively. It's like, that's a lot of money. And you really have to do the value proposition math in a lot more serious of a way. I did say this on Discord to, we were all talking together and I was talking to the Dukes and I was like, my feeling is that they did some sort of risk analysis where they're like, we're going to lose a lot of people when we do this. But the people that will stay, since we're literally doubling the price, the people that will stay will overwhelm the amount of money that we would have otherwise lost. So we're going to lose probably millions of subscribers. But as long as we don't reach the halfway point of what we were at, we're actually just going to make more money. Yeah. And I said on Discord, I'm like, they're right. I don't think they're going to get anywhere close to that break point. There are some theories like, will they reverse course and like put the price back down or make a more reasonable price of perhaps $24.99. That was the biggest thing to me was I was like, yeah, you get to $30. You might even get above $30 at some point, but you go in increments. I know you kind of want to eat it now and then you have to do it half as much. In other words, you just take the marketing hit and then you just don't worry about the price for a few years. But that might be an error. But there are bigger things to say too. The average player will not get value out of Game Pass at $30 an hour. And the reason we know this is because Ampere analysis tells us that Xbox gamers are already the least engaged and most flighty of all of the gamers in all of the different ecosystems. their data for August shows that PlayStation players played for an average of 12 hours for the month, while Xbox users played for about 7 hours. And while PlayStation users engaged with 3 games over 12 hours, Xbox users engaged with up to 5 games over 7 hours. What this tells me is that you're going to have access to choice, and that's what they're taking advantage of, which is why they're playing more games. But at some point, the rubber hits the road, and you're going to have to well, what am I really doing?
Right.
This is where I think demos come in, why Steam has such a huge advantage in this respect. It's just almost more worth it for you to be like, all right, I have I'm going to have 15 hours this month to play a game. I'm going to go try a few games out and just see what's out there. It gets back to my whole theory that Microsoft was right to try Game Pass. I believe that. I would have greenlit it too at the time that they came up with the idea. Bend the arc back towards you, try something new and novel. We just didn't know about people's behavior and perhaps didn't think it all the way through about the ability people to engage with games. That access to tons of games is actually not that alluring because it's not the way we really interact with video games. They're not movies. For instance, Mike and I rented, it's finally on VOD, so we rented the Downton Abbey movie. It was $20 and it was over in 2 hours. That's it.
Yeah.
It's done. There's no going back to it. So it being in some sort of subscription service would have been incredibly valuable to me, as opposed to Ghost of Tsushima being in a subscription model where it might take me 2 months. I mean, not me, but a normal person, months to get through the game. You should just buy it. And that wasn't so tempting at $10 or $15 where the math still kind of lined up, but now the math doesn't make any sense. And so again, you have to be mega engaged. And so I think that Dustin's right. Fundamentally, there is value for people like us, but for normal people that are going to drive Game Pass, there's no value there anymore. And I think the bigger thing is this, and this was what I was tweeting out that people were getting a little upset about, was this thing isn't profitable. I know that's what they're saying. And I want to be very clear about what I've said in the past, that I do not think they're using they're looking at a holistic picture of all the fungible aspects of the business that are affected by Game Pass. This is the very thing that we saw in the internal emails from the FTC that leaked, where their own people were saying this very thing about how does this affect everything? You can't put a number on it particularly, but you can financially model around it. And the one thing that Xbox has, that PlayStation has, that Nintendo has, is an incredible amount of data. There is when you bought a Nintendo Entertainment System in 1989, Nintendo really had no fucking idea what you were doing with it. The only thing that they could do is say okay, this guy bought a console, this many games sold, we have this many consoles, this is the attach rate, we assume people interacted with it like this, it got this reviews in magazines. They had no fucking idea what anyone was doing. That's why they used to include the little cards in your games and have you fill shit out. Do you guys remember that? Be like, what's your name? And what magazines do you subscribe to? And shit like that. That was
never filled out a single one of those.
And it's it's so funny to me. It's now they know everything about you. And I just feel like there's something deeply missing about the way that they're measuring the value of Game Pass comparable to what it has done to its business. And it's disingenuous to present it like that. So again, money in, money out on the ledger is no doubt profitable, but that is not the equation. And there's 2 things to look at it from this perspective. If they're really being honest, and I think they're being honest in terms of the ledger numbers, but if they're really being genuine, let's say that Game Pass is profitable and it's working for us, understand that they just doubled the price on you. Right. On something that they just said was working just fine. Doesn't even make any sense.
No.
Or what's more likely is that they're looking at it and saying we are eroding other parts of the business to such a huge degree that we simply must make more money on Game Pass. Period. And actually the virtue of spending more money on Game Pass, this is kind of the catch-22 I've talked about in the past, is there's probably an idea internally with some of their financial modeling that it actually behooves us to get people off of Game Pass. And maybe the best way we do that, keep the whales on it that are just going to spend, but everyone else just bounce them back to a la carte sales. That's where we need them to be. Because we're not selling games anymore. And you see the percentage breakdowns over and over again. The newest one that came out was Silent Hill F, which I think they were saying was something less than 10% of the copies sold of that game were on Xbox. That's really bad. And lines up with the numbers for Mafia 4. So I don't want to get too deep into the weeds other than to say, if they were being honest and totally genuine about their internal measurements of Game Pass's success, then they literally just doubled the price on you for no reason. Other than, of course, to extract more value. And you don't care about that, right? Because I guess you love corporations. But the other way is probably the more accurate way to look at it, which is that like this thing is hurting.
Right.
And people are like, they make $5 billion a year. I want everyone to keep this in mind. Microsoft owns the following teams. Okay. The Coalition, Compulsion, Double Fine, Halo Studios, and Exile, Mojang, Ninja Theory, Obsidian, Playground, Rare, Turn 10, Undead Labs, World's Edge. Bethesda Game Studios, ZeniMax Online, id, Arcane, Machine Games. Beanox, Demonware, High Moon, Infinity Ward, Raven, Sledgehammer, Treyarch. Do you have any idea how much money they're spending on this shit? On just making games? They have 3 Call of Duty games in development at one time. Each of them at the cost of what, 6, 7, 800 million, according to numbers from 2021, 2022. They are spending an enormous amount of money on making games. And they're making good money back. That's why they're selling their games a la carte. But to pretend like there is no consideration to be made about how that is in other words, you can't have the ledger of Game Pass being like, this is what we spend in licensing, the third-party games. This is what we get back, profit. It's like, no. You have to look at, and this is where the financial modeling comes in. How many copies of Doom didn't you sell? How many copies of Call of Duty didn't you sell? And then that needs to be included in the cost, because that cost is therefore subsumed by the people using Game Pass, period. And it's either a thing you get or you don't. I don't know how else to possibly explain that, but that's where I think the problem probably lies for them. And in that they feel like it's actually just a win-win for us. Squeeze the whales and get everyone else off of Game Pass.
Yeah. Yeah, basically. I think
the problem. Okay, Chris.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say the problem with that is just like if you squeeze the whales, get them off Game Pass, but those people that you're getting off Game Pass are people like are right in here that are pissed off now, and maybe they'll just go buy their games on PlayStation.
He's gonna go live Laverne and Shirley himself.
Right.
Yeah.
He's gonna get a job at a bottling factory.
But then they'll buy the game a la carte somewhere else, and then they'll get like, that's the thing. It's like they are kind of in like a weird. I've said this for years, where it's like they're kind of in like a weird position where it almost behooves them to have fewer people on Xbox, but like a lot more of like it's almost like you want like it behooves them to sell their games everywhere, have games available on Game Pass on their platform, make their platform kind of like a niche exclusive kind of club where only like a large subset of people are on, but like not the overall audience is on there. So that way they can keep reaping like a subscription service cost from all of the people who stay there and sell most of their copies a la carte elsewhere where they'll rake in more money. It's like, it's a weird, they've got a weird situation set up, but like the fact that they raised the price on you should kind of tell you everything you need to know, really. It reminds me of like back in 2017, there were all these companies talking about. It was like a big thing. It was around the Super Bowl, I remember, where there was like a big push to talk about like the what is it, the pay gap at companies, and a lot of companies put out ads about how like we should get rid of the pay gap. But like, if you're a company making that case, are you kind of admitting that you don't pay men and women equally, or are you not the type of company that does that? In which case, what are you even talking about?
Indeed.
You know, it's kind of one of those things where it's like every option confirms the other thing. If they're charging more for you and they're profitable, then they're just greedy. If they're charging more for you because they need it, then it's not profitable. If it's not profitable, then they have to charge you more money. It's a complete cycle there, where like there's no real way to spin it without it coming across as like Microsoft is not in a good position.
This is the thing. When I realized what I'm about to tell you guys, which is understandable, but I think a lot of people haven't thought about this. It's like, oh, wow. All right. So Game Pass is now $30 for day and date access, right? So The Outer Worlds 2, $70 a la carte, right? And available on PC, available on PlayStation, available on Xbox. you get Game Pass on Xbox for $30 to play The Outer Worlds 2 for a month. You cancel your subscription. Because as we were noting, you have to be more conscious now with the subscription. Running it for 2 or 3 months is going to cost you $60, $90. It's a lot of money, right? So you're going to come in and out. Or, so what benefits Microsoft more? This is where things, I think, get interesting. You subscribing to Game Pass for a month is less valuable to them than you buying it on PlayStation.
Right.
The amount, they will make $49 when you buy it on PlayStation. They will make $30 from you for a month of Game Pass, which also has to act as the subsidy for all the other games on Game Pass. It makes no sense. Zero sense. The only way that this gets fixed, and this is the whole move. I mean, this is the whole play. This is why I think Microsoft understood this and why they were so ambitious with their growth numbers is the cost is never going to get decreased. It's only going to go up. Like as far, and I'm not saying the cost to the consumers. I'm saying the cost to make games. But they're like, we got to grow. Once you hit a certain threshold, this is what happened with Netflix. Once you hit a certain threshold and you get over that, it's like everything's profit. Because now you're finally paying for the product. And now you have, so you get 10 million subscribers above that break even point. That's the profit. But they're nowhere near that. Remember, I think it was by 2027, right? 100 million subscribers is what they thought they would need to have. They're more than 2/3 off of that number. And they're going to be way lower now. So that's the stuff where I'm like, there are competing interests that I think that smart people at Microsoft saw ahead of time as seen in emails where they were wondering about the walled garden and the tension that would create in their business. And that tension has come to fruition. And the reason it's come to fruition is because the Game Pass's adoption has not been good. That's why I feel like there would be some level of urgency for them to get Game Pass on PlayStation. And I've said that for years. And again, I mean a bespoke version of it. Just first and second, you could mine the fuck out of PlayStation people for $30 a month and say, like, here's all of our games, Xbox's first and second party games, like the legacy, all of it.
Yeah.
And maybe you spread the field that way, but don't sit here and tell me, and I'm not saying you guys are saying this, but a lot of people are being like, it's profitable. And I'm like, okay, cool. So they just spiked the ball in your fucking face. And by the way, so should Sony, because people are like, Sony's going to raise the prices of PlayStation Plus. I'm like, they probably will. The difference is that PlayStation Plus is wildly profitable because they don't spend anything, because they don't put their own games or virtually anyone else's into it until they're in the back catalog, and then they adopt them later. You have to understand the cost of doing business in that way are totally different. They're not losing anything. And remember also, we've said this a million times, when they put Forbidden West in the game the game catalog as an experiment, they predict they lost $100 million. This is why they know. And they were so confident to say on the stand, Jim Ryan said, like, they're not making money on Game Pass. Like, he was pretty confident in that. He's like, it just doesn't make any sense. And remember, Bobby Kotick himself, the CEO of Activision before the merger, when he was on the stand, was saying, like, we would never put a game in Game Pass. I thought that was like the funniest part of the whole trial, where it's like this whole deal is happening and he's championing this thing. And he's like, oh, we would never do that. And then, of course, Strauss Zelnick and others have, and who liked and responded to my tweet about it, but Sean Layden. When I was like, there's no way they're making money on this, basically. And it was just kind of like a nodding meme. I'll go with those guys, personally, over what their instinct is. And of course, they're all talking to each other. And I'm not saying Sony and Microsoft. I'm saying people that interact with Microsoft or interact with Sony speak to the other people. It's how they get a lot of information on each other. It's the way it goes.
Right.
So it's a very interesting situation, but I feel like the one thing I'll say is this, and I say this with all earnestly, and it's not meant to be like an insult or like to put anyone off or whatever. Because I was talking about this with Micah. My own wife is an Xbox gamer, where I'm like, if you're on Game Pass and you're happy with Game Pass and all of that, you have years of happiness ahead of you, right? Not only on the Xbox platform and maybe what comes next, but on PC and so on. If you're an a la carte purchaser of video games, I would think very carefully about what you're doing now, because I just feel like you're relying on some sort of accessibility to these games in the future that might not really exist, or might only exist through Game Pass, or might only exist through some other subscription of PC access and access across these different platforms and your saves and whatever. I feel like and I'm not saying get a PlayStation or whatever. In fact, I think if you're an Xbox person, you might want to really start looking at PC. I mean, that's my kind of layman outside perspective on it now, is like, I don't know, man. if you're buying things just to play them and have them and you don't really worry about it in the future, then just do what you want to do. But if you're looking forward to having this huge back catalog of games that are readily available for you, I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like I've bought in like such a sparse amount of games on Xbox, specifically because I'm like, I don't know what the future of this platform really is.
And I know it sounds like concern trolling. It's not that. It's literally like,
no, it is literally like I've specifically thought like, do I buy this on Xbox? And I thought like, no, why would I do that? Like, why would I do that? Given what's happening right now and given like the weird state of everything, it seems like they're not really committing to any specific strategy. It feels really all over the place. And I'm just like, I don't want to put $70 a pop on this thing.
It's by virtue.
And I like the machine, by the way. Like I'm a fan of Xbox generally, but like
the machine is cool. The machine's very nice.
I just don't know I just don't know how you can really spin this as anything other than just like, yeah, they're clearly like in a weird spot. And it doesn't feel the most stable from a consumer perspective.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. It's readily unstable, and I'm just telling you, like, it doesn't seem like it's going to get any better. I don't see how it ever gets better from here.
Yeah,
maybe it stays the same. Maybe they find some successes, but it just feels like it is what it is, and I'm very curious to see. Their strategy to me is very clear now about kind of segueing to PC and segueing to Windows, and so I'm really curious to see this new machine. Like, what is it really? And I'm curious to see, it seemed like this is just anecdotal, but just on social media and the comments on stories, on forums and whatever, people posting on YouTube and whatever. Seems like this is really, as was noted, like the straw that broke the camel's back for a lot of people. But to me, I'm like, I don't know what you kind of expected. You would have I just didn't expect you would get to this point so quickly. But you were going to get to a $30 subscription, and you're going to go higher than that. Even the Call of Duty middle tier $15 subscription where you get the games like after a year, it explicitly excludes any Call of Duty game. This was another tell to me that one of the downstream effects of having Game Pass is eliminating the small but steady stream of back catalog sales. It's just had a real effect. And there's no doubt that they're making an enormous amount of money on their games, but they bought into this shit. They bought Activision, they bought Blizzard, they bought Bethesda. Like, they asked for this anchor around their neck, and now they're going to pay for it. And the biggest thing that I see of all is it's so scattershot and weird now that it's so obvious that the people in charge of Xbox are not in charge of Xbox anymore, that they're basically following through with orders from the board and from the CEOs and the C-suite. And they're basically stewards. And it really makes me wonder why you didn't just fire everyone and put new people in place that never said the old shit, that never felt the old way and believe in the new message. Because it's obvious that they don't really believe in it. I don't know how you can say one thing and then execute on the other than that you have a fiduciary obligation and a contract probably to stay in that position. But I find it just weird that they haven't gotten rid of these guys. And again, I don't want to play flippantly with people's jobs, but again, we're talking about people that have made many, 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 many tens of millions of dollars doing what they do. So I don't feel that bad. Is there anything else we want to say about this before we move on? Very interesting thing. PlayStation Plus is you got to give it to Sony for PlayStation Plus, because though they've invested a lot more into it over the years than they used to, it really is a facsimile of the old Xbox Live Gold kind of thing, of just having online play and some features and just feeling kind of boutique. Yeah. And if they were smart, and I don't know how smart they are, obviously Michael Pachter doesn't think they're very smart, but if they're smart, they won't touch those prices. Just make the value proposition so much more stark. Don't use it as an excuse to raise your own prices when I know for a fact you don't need to raise those prices, because you are making, as you say over and over again, enormous amounts of money on your subscription because you don't spend any money on it. That's the difference. They're not saying like Ghost of Yote on PlayStation Plus. They would never do that because it cost them probably $200 million and you can't make it back. So that's the difference. Yeah. But we'll see. Sony has made foolish. There's also no real. The funny thing about subscription services is that they have nothing to do with, if you want to even blade trade policy or tariffs. It's like, no, that's not the thing. Like you're really just trying to extract more value out of it. And so either way you go, you're kind of fucked in terms of your explanation for the situation, but buy your games. even if you have to wait to play them, there's something comforting about having a back catalog of games, even though I don't really ever go into it. It's there. And my suspicion is it's going to be there for decades on PlayStation. But maybe I'm wrong. We'll see what happens. Micah still buys all of her games physical. So she got the physical Switch 1 version of Final Fantasy Tactics.
There's no Switch 2 version.
Yeah, that's what she was saying.
Yeah. Kind of weird. Free
update,
it is
though. Weird. It's an old game, though. It should be fine. You would think you would just sell both SKUs just because you could.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really understand, but it's nice that it's free, at least.
That's the number one best-selling game on Switch right now, apparently.
Yeah.
On the eStore, which is...
Holly's playing it, maybe even literally right now.
Awesome.
On Switch.
All-time mage run.
She was having difficulty with it last night.
It's a hard game.
She overcame.
It's a hard game. It's a fun game to spoof. Like, it really, you can fuck with it so deeply that if you just take the time, you can make super characters in it. It's awesome. It's so fun.
Yeah.
All right. I promised we would get to this topic earlier, and here we are. Cody Young wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Sodality." What does that mean?
No idea.
Halo Studios announced that they would share more about their next project later this month. I would be curious to hear your opinions on what that might be and what it could mean for PlayStation. Am I the only one wary of yet another Halo reboot, as seems to be the rumor? Halos 4, 5, and Infinite were all resets to one degree or another. Would it be so horrible for Halo Studios to simply continue one game story into a sequel? I have no learned information on this. Chris, we of course go to you for this. What are your thoughts? So to be clear, they've noted that in October, they're going to show the next game. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's they say they're going to be showing something, which a lot of people are taking to mean they're going to be showing the next game. I think I'm going to go to this thing.
Oh,
I think
cool. Is it in LA?
No, it's in Seattle. But
okay.
Some friends of mine have reached out to me saying like, "Hey, I got there's room free if you want to go," and I'm thinking about it. Maybe. The issue is like I have a wedding that week in New York, so I'd have to go to New York and then fly from New York to Seattle and then from Seattle home. So it's it's a lot of traveling. I don't know if I necessarily want to do that, but it could be interesting. I don't know. My assumption is that this is going to be Combat Evolved remake. There's a lot of leaks around this from people that I kind of trust that suggest it's going to be a big rework, big level design changes happening, presumably Unreal Engine operating over the original kind of, or whatever they have working as the original Halo engine. So basically the bones of the Halo engine originally, I think it was called Blam, to handle the way it feels, and then Unreal handling everything the way it looks. Is similar to, I guess, a lot of recent Unreal Engine remakes. I think Metal Gear is the same, although maybe not. But I know for sure Oblivion is, where they have Creation Engine handling all the the underlying things in Unreal over it. I don't know, man. I want to be clear, because I get this a lot, where a lot of people think I'm too hard on modern Halo games, or like the more recent Halo games, because they don't I don't know, like I think a lot of studios would, if a lot of studios put out the games that 343 put out, they would be in a pretty good spot. You know what I mean? Like they make good video games. Halo 5 is a good video game. Halo 4 is a pretty good video game. Halo Infinite's a great video game. But I think following, what that original trilogy was and what it meant, I think in comparison it's far worse, or far more compromised, or far shakier than it should be, given the layup that a lot of people felt was just in front of them by just continuing. And so I want to clarify that, like, they're good games. It's just like they missed the mark a lot. They've misstepped quite often, to the point where, like, I don't know if I care what they do with Halo now. It's like I'm good. Like I had a great run with it. It's never going to be what it was. Like, you can't recapture that entire generation, like 2000 to 2010. Like, there's a lot of things about that generation that will never be the same way they were again. BioShock, this new BioShock, I'm sure whatever it is, it's going to be good. It has no shot of being as transcendent of a game as the original BioShock was. I mean, you could even see that with BioShock 2 and Infinite. Like, I like Infinite in some ways more than the original BioShock, but like the original BioShock has an impact that like dwarfs Infinite, I think. And a lot of other things, like it was a special time, a special point in, you know, the development of the internet, the development of social media. It was a very particular time that led these games to being as seminal as they are. And I don't expect them to be. I don't necessarily need them to be. But because of that, I'm just kind of like, I'm over it. Like, I don't know. Like they could do something really cool and maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. Maybe I'll check it out. I'm sure I'll be curious. But there's not a lot riding on this for me. So I'm only kind of at an arm's length away from being interested in a lot of this stuff. And I'm going to probably keep my distance. I don't know if I trust the studio to handle things well. I don't know if I even want a reboot to this degree. Like Combat Evolved, I guess, needs it the most because it is the most dated. And it is the one that like even the developers are like, why did we make this level this way? This is so repetitive. Like there's a famous commentary track that you can listen to of the developers playing through the original Combat Evolved and them just making fun of each other because they're like, why did we make this so repetitive? Like, why did we make this level so tall? And why is this encounter happening over and over again? There's a famous clip from like, you can look it up on the Halo CE director's commentary, The Library. If you want to look it up, it's just the developers themselves being like, this sucks. And so you could make an argument that maybe this will be cool. And maybe they can realize a lot of the stuff that was cut from the original game, like having wildlife and maybe expanding on some of the level design a little bit more. It could be cool, but I don't know. I'm just, I'm curious, but not enthralled at the idea of the next proper Halo game being Combat Evolved again, even if it is a major rework and really from the ground up. There's rumors that they're putting Sprint in there, which is like already like a whole, like, all right. I don't know why Doom is so confident that they don't need it, but like, whatever. That's a whole, I could spend hours talking about that, but I'll leave it there.
Do you want to add anything, Dustin?
There was an Insider Gaming article that was just posted, I think, while we were recording. It says Halo CE Remake is in co-development by Virtuos Studio. So that would make sense if they are doing something of the old game engine being layered on. Mm-hmm. Hopefully it doesn't run like shit like the last two Virtuos games that were released this year.
Yeah.
And I just do the thing about the sprint. That's the thing where if you try to remake Halo with modern graphics, cool. But if you're using the underlying code and then adding sprint,
that's what's confusing to me. I don't know what because from what I've heard about it, it's like it's a major rework. They're building the game from the ground up still, but they're using the original engine base or the original engine base for Halo to make it feel right. But they're not using the Combat Evolved engine. So it's not like from what I've heard, it's not like Combat Evolved Anniversary, which was literally, right, the original game with like a new coat of paint running over it. This is apparently like, I would imagine like a complete rework of the original game from stem to stern, using the most modern version of whatever the Halo engine is at this point. And then on top of that, using Unreal to handle fidelity. That's my understanding, which is weird. That's not something that's too common. Like Oblivion and Metal Gear, I believe, are just the original. Metal Gear I'm less sure of. I don't really know what. Do you know anything about that, Colin? Like whether or not that's the original base and they just kind of layered visuals over it, or did they actually like?
I don't. It plays so. It is so unchanged from the original that my assumption is that they put everything over it. But I never heard it. I never really read much or listened to much about the making of that game.
Yeah, if somebody in the comments can let us know. But like I know a rework to the degree that they're talking about or that I'm hearing about for this game is not a common practice. Although I would imagine it will soon be a little bit more common. Like this Unreal Engine over another engine thing is happening a lot more often now for whatever reason. Like this used to be fairly unheard of. So we'll see. I don't know. The sprint thing is a whole game design philosophy conversation too. Like that's a whole nother thing, but I don't know. I'm not excited about this. I'm curious about it. I'm really eager to see like how they're going to justify this, because from the perspective of a Halo fan, like we've had so many versions of Combat Evolved already at this point. Like we've had the original one, we had the HD re-release on Xbox Live Arcade, we had the anniversary version in 2011, which was 343's, I believe, their first proper project before they actually like went up and put out their original game with the fourth one. And then we had the, Combat Evolved Anniversary as a part of the collection. So this feels like Skyrim, except I just like, we're putting out Skyrim again, except Halo Combat Evolved to me is like the least, it's kind of the worst one. And I say that with affection. It's like of the Bungie games, it's easily the worst one. Like from a play style, from level design, it's not to say it's a shit game, but it's very clearly dated. And maybe it could benefit the most from like this kind of overhaul. I don't know what to make of this. And the biggest question that I have about it is like whether or not this is going to be the big splash for coming on the PlayStation. Like, and in what way? Because I really don't believe they're going to put the MCC on PlayStation. Like, I don't believe it. I think if they were going to do that, I think we would have seen them do something similar with the Gears collection. And because they're not doing the Gears collection, that leads me to believe that they look at the Master Chief collection as too much value to give away at once. Mm-hmm. That's what that says to me. It's like, we learned from the Master Chief collection that a lot of people will pay for this, but we could make way more money selling these a la carte. And the way you can do that technically with the MCC, but it's not as elegant. And I think they want to just, if they were ever going to do that, they would just do, them a la carte. And maybe this is the first step of them doing that. Maybe they'll do Combat Evolved, this remake or whatever, and that'll be the first game. And then they'll start, hey, there's going to be a Halo 2 now. Although, God help you with that one. God help you reworking Halo 2 and Halo 3 in a way that people will be happy about. Those are damn near perfect games. Yeah, I don't know how you would even touch. It's like Metal Gear Solid 3, where it's like you want to touch that as little as possible. So I don't know. They've got a task ahead of them, and I really don't know how they're going to pull it off. I'm as big of a Halo guy as you could possibly get, probably, and I feel very little to nothing about seeing this outside of morbid curiosity and seeing like whether or not it'll look fucked or whether or not it'll look okay. I don't know.
I think
it's weird.
I think the thing with MCC that's so interesting is it's just old. Like, I think at this point it's come and gone. Like, you can almost just make an excuse of being like, we can just do more to these games now again. And
maybe.
But I agree with you that just the a la carte kind of functioning of these sales, I think would just make more sense, especially extracting value out of off-platform people. I would want to nickel and dime PlayStation people as much as humanly possible. I agree with you. I'll be curious to see what they do with Halo as far as if it will be day and date. Again, we talked about it earlier when I was foreshadowing this topic on, do you get the pop early or do you get the pop secondarily, depending on the choices you make? But this gets into, but my big thing, and that's why I was disappointed with them, like when they renamed it, 343, or they had 343 and then they renamed it Halo, and kind of same thing with the Coalition, where it's like, you're just pigeonholing these studios. And the big thing that I would love to see is like, what if you moved on, made something else, make up a new series, like make this new, like we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on something crazy, AAA, whatever. And I understand that.
Yeah.
I just want to reiterate that outside of Gran Turismo, I believe that Sony's major advantage, one of their major advantages, has been their willingness to move on, or at least to let things breathe. And without that, you'll never know what could lie beyond the series because you've never given them a chance to even do anything. And that's kind of a shame, I think. Halo's really cool. I love the Halo trilogy. I think Halo's dope, but
you can feel them trying. Like, you can feel like in the games that they've made, like Halo 5 in particular feels so little like a Halo game, but it's really cool. Like, from like the way it plays is like, it's really neat. But it's something else. And you can feel them trying to do something else within the framework of that IP, which is, I don't know. I feel two ways about it. I think it's not that bad of an idea to have, like, because I do think Halo is like a Mario type thing where, like, I do think they do it so differently. Where even Halo Infinite, I still to this day, it's a really good game, and it plays very, very particularly. Like, there's not another first person shooter that plays quite like that game. Like, there's not a lot of games that have vehicle combat and an emphasis on physics engines, and it's very unique. And I think you do it would be wise to kind of create a studio that like, this is our specialty, and a lot of people are going to get into game development potentially because they like this series and they want to make their mark on it. And maybe it would be cool to have like just a place where like, listen, if you want to work on Halo, like we've got a studio for that. It's almost like how like, you have studios like Guerrilla, right? Where they worked on Killzone for a while. And then like imagine Killzone 3 comes out and then you're like, damn, I love this studio. I want to make first person shooters. And then you join Guerrilla and then they make Horizon. You know what I mean? Like that's probably got to be some kind of disappointment or that's got like to some people. And there's definitely going to be turnover for when that happens. So maybe it is wise to have like a thing that's like dedicated to a particular thing to draw people in, draw talent in, to know like this is what we're making. We're not going to do some crazy switch up. And to the degree that we will do crazy switch up, they'll be within the realm of like this thing that is very clearly what you want to work on. The issue is that that's not really how the industry works, specifically with Microsoft, who relies heavily on contract, heavily on contract work. It's insane. Like I was getting leaks of like the Halo Infinite campaign years before the game came out because like I just knew people who were contracted to work on it, and they got booted, and then they were like, "Well, fuck this. There's no loyalty."
Yeah, they would basically turn people over. Like when they had to hire them, they would just release them, right? Like there was a certain time they can use them as contractors.
Yeah. I knew a lot of animators who would just send me like, "Hey, this vehicle is going to be in the game, just so you know." They just let me go, so like fuck it. And there's no love there. And so you can't build a studio built around like, I really want to work on this thing, when all the people who want to work on this thing, who are excited about working on this thing, you just kick them to the curb because you rely so heavily on contract work. So, I mean, that's a deeper industry problem, but yeah, I don't know, man. It's a weird thing. I love Halo. I think the core, I think as a multiplayer game, it should probably continue. I think, there's a lot there that I think could be done well into the future that could be really cool. But I don't know, narratively, like I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I don't know if I really care that much, and we'll see. I saw rumors. I should address this too because I saw some speculation that some people might care. I think there was some tweet about like they tweeted out a picture of a comet or as like a teaser, and a lot of people were saying like, oh, that looks like the first shot of Halo 3. I think so. There's like, oh, Halo 3 anniversary, which that could be cool, but I think it's more likely, like I looked into it, it's like that comet was, I think, the last spotted in November of 2001, which would be interesting. Which would be Combat Evolved, which everything seems to be looking like that's.
Yeah, why would you skip ahead? I would just go back to the original one and just take your time. You know,
take your time. Lord, I don't know, man. I feel like they've got a hell of a. If they thought it was hard making their own games from scratch, like good luck to you making Halo 2 better than it was, or making Halo 3 better than it was. I wouldn't wish that on fucking anybody.
We'll see what happens. Cody.
Yep.
Appreciate your inquiry. This goes into what I moved these around in our document because this kind of speaks into what I was talking about. Steve wrote in, said, "Hey CDC, when it comes to future games from your favorite studios, do you prefer direct sequels such as The Last of Us 1 and 2 to spiritual successors a la Returnal to Saros, or completely new types of games, such as Intergalactic from Naughty Dog? Appreciate all you do and hope you continue to RISM with the TISM." I will. Thank you. This is really all highly dependent on the game, the nature of the game, and the studio. I feel like some games beg for a sequel before you even play them. You know that's going to be a trilogy or some sort of series. I think some games can stand alone. I actually think Ghost of Tsushima is one of those games where it's like we're getting a new Ghost game. It's awesome. It's out. But this is, and they're not connected to each other, but it's like, this could have actually been a one-off game. Then you see games like Days Gone, I think, where it's like, you could have gotten a sequel off the ground. You made bad decisions. The window's shut. You move on to something else. I think the beauty of where we're at now, though, and why I'm so optimistic about the future of Uncharted, ultimately The Last of Us, God of War, is that there's just so much time between games now where nothing really feels like it's wrung out to dry. Like in the time it will take, a new Uncharted game to be made, Naughty Dog made the Uncharted trilogy. So we're talking about just different timing, and these things came out so quickly. It almost felt like an anthology that you were waiting for, like the Star Wars movies coming to theaters, and you knew and you anticipated. But now I feel like a series like God of War or Halo or whatever could conceivably actually live forever, simply based on the fact that they can't get many of them out. Yeah. So it really all depends for me. I don't really have I want studios to be able to explore sequels for sure, because I think it's so advantageous to them to be able to do that. They have all these ideas. It's what you were saying about the walkthrough of Halo with the creators, where it's like, yeah, you know what you did. You made so many mistakes. You understand what your series is. And then you can iterate on it. It's why everyone loves Uncharted 2. It's because Uncharted 2 could, I mean, obviously, literally, Uncharted 2 can never exist without Uncharted 1, but literally, you know, also figuratively, it's like so many questions are answered. Now you can just make a fucking awesome game.
Yeah, you know your tool sets better. You know, like, you know what works and what doesn't work better. The sequels are just normally just like where you hit your stride, I think, and so I think there's value there. The argument you could make though is that like games take so long that games take so long to build now that ultimately by the time that a sequel would have come out would be the time where you're ironing out the first game already. You know, because the development cycles are so crazy. So you maybe do get the same amount of learning. It's just like you don't see it. Like maybe you don't see version 1 of God of War where like they did make all the mistakes and they put it out. Maybe now that version just kind of dies internally, and then you just maybe it still happens. I don't know. I like a spiritual successor though. I like the spiritual sequel. It's what got me into Bungie. So like I think Bungie did it so well where they were just like, okay, like Marathon is very clear. Like the original Marathon is very clearly like, oh, that leads into Halo, and then Halo leads into Destiny, and then you know you're seeing Marathon again. And it's all built on kind of the same. It rhymes. It's like poetry. It rhymes. Marathon is the key to all this, literally. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's case by case. There's some games that I wish got sequels that never got them, and then there are games that got sequels that really, I think, like Mirror's Edge is a great example where like I thought I loved Mirror's Edge. Like when I first played Mirror's Edge, I was like, I can't believe how cool this is, and like how fluid it is, and how great that game looked at the time. It's just striking.
Its sterility. I always said it looked like the perfect fascist representation. Like it was so clean.
Yeah,
and mono-colored, and so it was beautiful game.
I loved it. I just wanted to spend so much time in that space, and then when Catalyst came out, I think they just kind of like they just missed the mark in like pretty much every way, and it's just like that's a bummer, dude. Like that's always the saddest thing. It's like when you could see how something can be improved, and then it just gets worse. Granted, it had been a while. Like I think that game came out like 8 years after or something. I can't remember if it was like a beleaguered sequel that was being worked on for a long time. Or if
no, I think it was like something they greenlit later, and then no one really cared. And then you see people kind of bringing it up and being like, "Dude, there was a sequel." You know, like there was a sequel. It just, I played Mirror's Edge. I wasn't super into it. I'm not huge into 3D platforming, but the one thing I will always remember about playing it for 5 hours, whatever I played was I could feel the oppression of the society that they were in just by looking at the game. It was it felt like a police state. Like just looking at it, it was really cool. And it was so simplistic in its delivery, but I might have just been a different time for me in my life where I was just like, I don't want to play this. And I go back to it now and I probably love it. But at the time I was just like, it's cool.
It's got a Portal quality to it. Not exactly in like the way it plays or anything. It's just like it's like a very quick experience. It's very like singularly focused on like a particular type of game design, and it's just very strong. It's got that clean look about it. Actually, Portal's a pretty good analogous kind of thing to point to as far as like clean sterility.
Mm-hmm.
And there's other games too. Like Prototype was another example where like I feel like they could have done more with a sequel to Prototype. I feel like they could have done more with like Destroy. There's a lot of games that I feel like a lot of games get their first go and they're good, and the second go makes it great. And Halo is a great example. Uncharted is a great example. But I'm always sad about the missed opportunities, the ones that could have been. It's like, oh damn, just more money and more time into this could have been so sick, or just like a better vision or like a different direction. Squandered potential makes me sad.
I'm so excited for the return of Uncharted one day. We'll see.
One day. Unless they just made that shit up in that commercial for no reason.
It's so weird. Like, I don't know why more people are not into like what that was all about. But anyway, Richard wrote in, said, "Hey CDC, just wondering if you saw the Sony Magic the Gathering Secret Lair crossover dropping October 27th. I know you guys don't play, but any interest in getting the cards as collectibles? The art and unique abilities that pay homage to the games have me super excited to add some of these to my collection and build commander decks based around them. Nathan Drake and Aloy in particular. I look forward to your reaction. I'll do something depraved and listen." So here's a link I put in the chat. I was going to put this in the news, but it just didn't feel like that newsworthy. But then someone wrote in about it, and I'm like, okay, well, we should definitely talk about it because I think the art is kind of cool. Magic the Gathering, obviously the long-running, decades-long card-based game that I actually played in the mid-90s, late 90s a little bit. So it's a game I'm somewhat familiar with. Announced that they have a PlayStation collaboration coming up. And you can get the cards October 27th at 9 a.m. Pacific time. So that's noon Eastern time at magicsecretlair.com. This is, of course, officially from Wizards of the Coast. It seems like, boys, there's going to be 5 Last of Us Part 1 cards, 5 Last of Us Part 2 cards, 5 God of War Greek cards, 4 God of War Norse cards, 5 Uncharted cards, 5 Horizon cards, and 5 Ghost of Tsushima cards. And they've only shown fewer than half of them. So like only 2 of the 5 Last of Us for each of the games is available. So there's going to be a much more, but these are pretty cool. And I like how they split them up from the Greek and Norse mythologies as well for God of War. It's a great licensing opportunity. Sony's always been pretty open to doing cool licenses, and this seems like an especially cool license. I am curious. There are 2 things about Magic that I think are fascinating, and just card games basically generally right now. There's something about it where people just buy them because they're valuable. And that's cool, and I get it. But I assume people are still playing the game as well. And they make the high-res versions of the cards. These aren't the high-res versions, but they make them so readily available. And if you just care about playing, these must get pirated like nobody's business. Like in other words, if you don't give a shit about having the real card, but you can just get some bootleg card with the pertinent information about how to play the card in the game, I imagine that's a thing that must happen out there in the world of Magic. But I don't know. The cards look cool, like the art. Joel Resolute Survivor. Whenever a creature token dies, put a +1 counter on Joel and draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. I don't know, man. Ellie, Vengeful Hunter. Pay 2 life, sacrifice another character. Ellie deals 2 damage to target player and gains indestructible until end of turn. Nerd shit.
Yeah.
Dustin, what are your thoughts here?
If I'm going to waste money, it's going to be on One Piece cards. These look cool, though.
They do look cool.
Listen, my One Piece cards are an investment. I'm looking at, there's an app called Collector. It refers to it as your portfolio. This Nami card here
portfolio
that I pulled, $186.
Wow.
Am I still deeply in the red on One Piece cards? Yes, absolutely.
But that's not why you bought them, right? Or did you buy them for some sort of investment?
No.
That's what I was saying. I feel like it's sad that people don't buy them just to have fun with them.
Yeah, I like to know, like, if I pull a card that looks cool, I'm like, I wonder, is this worth something? And so I'm just curious. Because it kind of feels good if you pull a card and you're like, oh, this card is
definitely
worth 20 cents more than the value of the pack. I'm up big, boys, you know?
Definitely.
But I've never sold a One Piece card or anything like that. Magic the Gathering, they've kind of become the Fortnite of trading cards, where there is like I think there's like SpongeBob Magic the Gathering cards.
There are. It's SpongeBob, Spider-Man.
Do they all play together? Do all the cards play together in the same rules, I assume? So you can have like a...
I think so,
yeah.
So, man, these are not cheap. I mean, they're not horrible price. Like, if you get the Last of Us Part 1, if you get the set of 5, the non-foil, $40.
It's preposterous.
Rainbow foil, $50.
It's totally preposterous. I have to give them credit, though. This is such a high margin business that it's almost comical.
Oh, yeah.
You're obviously paying for high quality art. The license fee is obviously going to be pretty significant. But even think about their own cards. Like, they don't have to pay licensing on anything. It's like, this is a joke. Mm-hmm. It's really interesting to think about that. There's no good. Did you see, by the way, the Warhammer? Apparently, all of the Warhammer schematics leaked for a few hours. So like people got the ability to like 3D print basically anything they want, like the actual models, not like the bootleg ones. It's so fucking crazy.
Here's the thing. I'm a true card degenerate, which I'm kind of backing out of because I've just started to lose the thrill of the hunt. But it's like, oh, actually, you would be better off buying individual cards. This is good, and just buy these cards. No, you got to rip. You got to rip packs.
That seems to be the fun.
That is the fun part. It's gambling. It is just gambling.
Yeah,
it's
sure.
Gambling. It's literally gambling.
I collected hockey cards when I was in elementary school, middle school for probably 5 years or so, and that was fun. You go and you don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah, you just I'll walk into Target. I've been good recently. I'll buy one pack, maybe two, but still, that's like $8 or $9. And then I get home, I open them. It's all shit. And I'm like, well, I am retarded and I will do it again. You know what I mean? Where it's like, man, I could have bought like a quality indie game for $10. Could have bought a meal for $10.
Right.
But instead, I have, this collection of paper that I don't care about. Good job, Dustin. Appreciate it. But that's the thrill of the rip, dude. Yeah,
I totally get it. Because I played Magic when I was younger, and I also played the Star Wars customizable card game when I was younger in the 90s. And it was exciting. It was expensive, but I played the games, so it was cool. I mean, it wasn't cool. It was definitely not cool playing Magic in like 1996. I'll tell you that. We've talked about it in the past. Have you guys ever seen the video from the first Magic tournament ever in 1994? Dude, I got to send it to you. It's so good. It's like proto nerd shit. Like no one really knew what Magic really was yet at this point. It's so good. It was in New York City, I think, and someone just took a camcorder around for like a long time, and it's such a blast. I love that kind of shit. Blast from the past.
That's funny.
It's nostalgic in the
I
deepest
never,
ways.
I don't know. I never got into it. I never got into any of this stuff. I have like I think I have some resentment also with how big card games have gotten over there. Because it used to exist on like the fringes of like nerddom. Like you'd see it every now and again, but like people would, like now it's like I go to a party, like a proper LA party with like, and there's people playing Magic, and I'm like, what is happening here? Why aren't you doing Coke like a normal
do Coke?
person?
They use the card to get the Coke together, and then they play it.
I think honestly, I think it might be like an ADHD thing, but like I cannot focus on the rules that I have to know to play card games. Like I can't do it. Like I get it. It breaks. I would rather, if I'm going to spend time. Also, the thing is too, like if I'm going to spend time hanging out with people in like a group setting, I would rather just kind of like shoot the shit and like just crack, like joke around. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not really like in it. Like, let's play a board game. I'm like, okay.
Oh, there's nothing worse. You're like 2 or 3 beers in, and that one guy at the party's like, "Oh, I got this board game." You're like,
yeah, like I don't
like Cards Against Humanity.
Oh my god, I hate Cards Against Humanity.
It's enough already.
Cards Against Humanity was exactly fun for like a year. Like I remember seeing, I get it, haha. Rush Limbaugh's shitty body. Yes. Funny. I like that it's written on a card that they printed out. Very cool. Significantly less funny 7 years later, and it's the same card again.
Right.
And it's like the idea of a comedy, the idea of a comedy-based game where like all of the suggestions are pre-written is so insane to me, because that can't work.
It's a chance for
Jackbox is way better. Like, although even that, like, people always default to come, or like, naturally, everything comes back. Everything comes back to come, I guess.
All right. Well, we'll leave the Magic discussion there, but those are available October 27th if you want to waste an enormous amount of money on them. And by the way, I love seeing the videos of people fighting and arguing over Pokemon cards, especially. That's one of my favorite things. Grown adults, really sad shit.
I collected Pokemon cards. For the first 150 I have somewhere in a binder, which is frustrating because I don't even know where the fuck
you were collecting them. You weren't a 45-year-old man scalping them.
No,
and ruining the joy of children who want to go there with their parents to get like a pack of cards. It's so fucking pathetic.
I want to say that I would get my cards at the Sports Authority or sports. It was like something like that. It was in Yonkers. It was like a sports store, but they had,
it probably was. I mean, they probably did have shit like that just to make a little extra cash.
And my dad would take me to go buy like a new glove, and then I'd be like, "Can I get a Pokemon card?" And he'd be like, "Sure, nerd."
Sure.
But I remember I collected them, and I never played like the card game though. Like I was playing the video games because there was like that was way cooler to me. But I never. People would be like, "You want to play with the cards?" I'm like, "No." Why would I ever? And that was before I even had any inkling of like that they could be worth anything. Like I was not thinking about the even like that breaks my heart kind of because you know that there are like 9-year-old kids who are thinking about like what's the best investment.
Yeah,
like you know for
slab?
sure.
Do you have this on slab? What's the PSA rating?
You want to see my portfolio? I can't even imagine using the word portfolio in relation to investments as a 9-year-old. That is like completely alien to me.
The Juan 1 wrote in and said, hello, CDC. Question to all, especially to Chris. Is Destiny 2 dead? If you haven't been keeping up with the news of Destiny, it's not looking good. Mixed to low ratings for the newest expansion, lowest player count of all time. Their portal system, which makes 90% of the game useless. Content creators leaving the game for good. Feels like Destiny 2's days are numbered. The only thing that can save the franchise might have been Destiny 3, but we all know that is not going to happen anytime soon, if ever. I shut up and listen while I jump off a tower and not be revived. It's interesting.
Yeah. So this is an interesting conversation, particularly now, because as I understand it, there's a new Destiny game out called Destiny Rising.
That's a mobile one?
It's a mobile one, but you can play it on PC. I think. I don't know if it's like you can find ways to play it on PC, as far as I know. I don't know if it's like a legal thing fully, but
interesting.
I don't think you're gonna get in trouble for doing it. You know, it's kind of one of those soft things. It's like jaywalking, where like they're not gonna bother you. But as far as I understand it, people are really liking it. Like apparently, it's very good. There's a lot of Destiny streamers who have gotten really into it, and they're surprised at how good it is. There's features in that game that are sorely missing from core Destiny 2 that people have been championing. I remember I saw one clip of a player who was like dual wielding something, and I remember being like, dude, they got dual wielding in a fucking mobile Destiny game before they got it in like the official. That's crazy. So I don't know what to make of Destiny right now. It seems like it seems like they're in the worst place they could possibly be, while also simultaneously having this like weird resurgence in a way that I didn't think was really possible for them. Because Destiny Rising is like huge. Like people are really like I see it all the time. And it's people are talking about it. I don't know. I'm personally of the opinion that like Destiny 2 has been around for 2017 now. So it's been around for quite a while. There's only so much time you can sink into a game like that before you're just kind of like, all right, I've done this. You know, like I get it. And it plays really well. Like I still think Destiny 2 plays like immaculately well. Like it's every time I jump onto it and play it, I'm never like, oh, this sucks. I'm always like, oh, I remember why I like this. But at the same time, there's a lot of other things to play now. There's a lot of your attention is being diverted elsewhere. Even within the realm of Destiny content, if you want new Destiny content, there's a fucking completely new mobile game with completely new mechanics, a bunch of features that you've been asking for that are now in this version of the game. I would imagine that Destiny 2 might definitely be waning, and it might definitely be on the path to like, yeah, it's kind of over. But I actually don't think Destiny as an IP is in like a bad spot. I think it's shifting over right now to this new thing that everybody's kind of excited about, or that everybody's kind of surprised by. That is very accessible because it's a mobile game. And I think that might be the future of it until like, you know, maybe Marathon comes out and it flops, and then maybe I wonder what you do at that point, because you do own an IP here that is valuable in some way, and you do have a studio that knows how to make it. What do you do? Do you shut Bungie down entirely? Do you then like, okay, this isn't working, but we have this IP. We know you know how to steward it. We know that you're being held back by the fact that this game is also on PS4. Maybe completely restart this thing, make it Destiny 3, build it off of Destiny Rising, have it so it's like more, maybe not future proof, but like, you know, more modern as far as like it's running off SSD. It's not held back in any way. And maybe you get something out of that. Maybe you give some time for people to miss Destiny on console before you come back with it in a way that people can be like really excited about, in a way that actually feels like a genuine jump in technology and capability. Get all of these missing features that are in Rising into this new game. Like maybe that's something you do. I don't really know. But I'm kind of the opinion that like I haven't played Destiny in quite a while. I dabble with it every now and again. I think the last time I tried it was like maybe like a month and a half ago, and it's good. It's just like, you know, I'm good. I've done all I really care to do in this world at this point. And if you're not going to give me like a new sequel with like a fully new jumping off point, some fully new systems, you know, I there's other stuff to play that's completely new. And I think I'd just rather go over there. But Destiny Rising is something I want to check it out because I'm just curious as to what people are talking. I can't fathom a mobile game feeling good at all. Especially in the type of game that Destiny is. You know what I mean? I can't imagine a first-person action magic shooter.
It's third person.
Is it third person the entire time?
To my understanding, when I played it for a little bit, it was all in third person.
Oh, interesting. Oh, you played it.
That's fascinating. Okay. Yeah, I gotta check it out. Because even that to me is kind of like, I'm still like, I think about mobile games as like, I understand that Fortnite and Call of Duty have been on mobile, and I get that intrinsically, but like when I think of a mobile game, I think of like Snake on like a Samsung, you know, flip phone. You know what I mean? Like that's my barometer of like the difference between a console and like a phone. It's just like I'm not going to play on that. But I might check out Destiny Rising because I've seen a lot of people making a big stink about it, and it's apparently pretty interesting. But I don't know if I also don't want to get sucked into this shit again. That's another thing for me personally, like from a selfish perspective. Like I don't want to spend 10 more years attached to something. That's what's so refreshing to me about Marathon, where it's just like, okay, cool. Like this is a PvP multiplayer game. I can play like whatever matches I want. And then like, it doesn't feel like a second job where I'm going to be doing like, you know, quest lines and, you know, I don't need that again. So yeah, but Destiny 2 is definitely on the way out, I think.
Anything you want to add, Dustin, or should we move on to the final inquiry?
Nope.
Okay.
I haven't played Destiny in a very long time. So
you played Rising though? Like when'd you play Rising?
I played for maybe 30 minutes like 2 weeks ago. And I want to get back to it. And I'm going to play it on my iPad with a controller, but I just there's just too many. This sounds so rude. I'm like, there's too many real video games.
Where, no, that's how I'm sure Destiny, I feel about it.
It sounds like the most real video game on mobile, and I'm sure it's awesome. But with multiple games coming out every week, it's like I can't.
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody would begrudge that.
All right, final inquiry comes from Michael Blackwell, who wrote in and said, "Good evening and good morning, chaps. After enjoying Mafia the Old Country's short and well-packaged story, I was wondering if there were any other existing IP that could benefit from being spun off in such a manner to target the $50 price point on such a semi-regular basis. Something more along the lines of a smaller Uncharted game, perhaps with a different studio. Enjoy the content you guys create and keep it up." Dustin, any thoughts here? We haven't heard from you in a while. So,
actually, I feel like Uncharted's kind of not a good option for a cheap $50 or cheaper.
They did it.
You know?
I mean, people liked it, but it did feel like it felt like a lesser Uncharted game to me. Yeah.
I think people at this point associate Uncharted with groundbreaking visuals and cinematic moments that just necessarily won't work for. This is, I mean, it kind of, I don't want to say it's cop-out, but something we talked about before, that this is the type of stuff that I would love to see Sony license out their old IP. Get a good team to do Sly Cooper and make it at a $50 price point, and it's nothing crazy. So, yeah, I guess I'm trying to think of what other Twisted Metal. I guess they were almost going to do that. Just not everything. Sony has such a problem where they're so focused on like these top tier, high quality games that I could understand not wanting to mix the messaging too much with like, well, here's some $50 games of our old IP. But I guess that's mainly what us hardcore fans would really want, but they're just not going to do.
Yeah, I still think that games should explore these various price points. Expedition 33 being a $50 game, that's obviously a new IP. Great price point, very attractive to a lot of people. But the reality is I think Mafia is probably a pretty unique situation where the series was somehow able to evolve. I don't know that. I think that what they did with it was pretty impressive, but I'm not so sure that many IP would get away with being so different. So you might want to just do new and different things at different price points and then stay consistent within those new and different things. So if you do another Expedition 33 or whatever Claire obscure game, it should probably be $50. Yeah. And so on and so forth. But maybe they raise it to 60, but I want new things. So But it sounds like, as we reported last week, it sounds like there's going to be a Mafia 5, and I assume it will be the same sort of situation where they do something short and sweet. And the Mafia: The Old Country is fucking dope. One of the great games.
I think they learned I think they learned kind of the right lessons from Definitive Edition, where it's just like people respond well to these like kind of like shorter, kind of like more truncated, or not truncated, it's not the right word, but like more focused experiences, I should say. Because Mafia 3, I would love to get into Mafia 3, but I'm like so turned off by like the way that everybody says you have to play it, where I'm just like, I don't know if I have that in me, really. I'm sure there's like maybe a mod that kind of on PC that probably does away with that stuff, that lets you like play it in like a more traditional like Mafia 1 kind of way. It just like kind of gets you to the places that you want to get to, the big story beats, without grinding too much. But like I also don't like modding my games, really. People say I'm weird about that, but like I don't know. I feel like the games less. Because like I know a lot of people who mod the shit out of their games, and I talk to them about it, and they're talking about shit that's just not in the base game because they just modded it into it and they didn't realize that it wasn't there. It's like, you don't really know the holistic version of the game that you're talking about, and that kind of bothers me.
Well, we'll see what happens with these different price points. People are very sensitive to this. I mean, this goes back into the conversation about Xbox and Game Pass, where there's going to be a high sensitivity to even the slightest changes in people's consumer behavior because the economy is weak, and obviously inflation has just so permanently eroded the value of money that it's tough out there. But I guess it's, on that note, time to go. All right. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. Have a good rest of your day. Any plans?
No, I'm just probably more BioShock. Gonna cook something. I haven't decided yet. I might have to go do a grocery run. Meeting with a friend of mine for dinner to talk some business stuff. So that's something. But yeah, until then, pretty chill.
Dustin, goodbye to you. Be well. Any plans?
Goodbye. My plans for tonight, my copies of Ghost of Yote and Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 have arrived from Amazon. It's going to be doing a little bit of gaming tonight. And this weekend, it's the Pittsburgh Retro Gaming Convention. So if you're there, you see me, say hello. Don't be weird. Just say hi.
Please don't be weird.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. A lot. I don't know what I'm shopping for though. At this point, I need to branch out my collection because I've kind of tapped out on PS1. There's plenty to collect. But I'm at the point where the stuff I want is at least $100, if not more. And it's kind of less fun. Like you get one of those every once in a while. But so I got to figure out some new stuff to collect for. But looking forward to that.
All right. Well, fair enough. Enjoy. Be safe. Be well. Anything this weekend? Well, football tonight. I'm going to go for a walk after this. I think it's kind of nice out. Like walking weather. And then this weekend, I don't know. Probably just hang. I got a lot of work to do and so on and so forth. And then next week, late next week, after the show, actually, the day after the next show, I'll be off to Long Island for a few days. So that's on top of mind right now as well. But in the meantime, appreciate you guys. Thank you for your time today. And thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. All things Last Stand Media, Sacred Symbols, etc. Could not do it without you. Patreon.com/Last Stand Media for early ad-free access and a bunch of other great perks. And laststandmedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.